Well, hello. Welcome to another Slow Chat. My name is Topher Field. Tonight I am chatting with none other than the John Ruddick, lead New South Wales Senate candidate for the Liberal Democrats. We'll get to him in just a second. But look, let's just talk about more important things first. Like me. I released today a video all about the preferential voting system. I'm focusing on the lower house first, and then I will do a video on the upper house coming up. I released that today. It's on YouTube, it's on Instagram, it's on Facebook. It's probably the most important video that I'm going to do this year, with the possible exception of Battleground Melbourne. And thank you, Simon, for the congratulations. Grats on the Battleground Melbourne post. Saw the Battleground Melbourne posters up in North Melbourne today. Excellent. Well, thank you to everyone that's been helping out with that. Simon also makes the prediction. My bet is that neither me nor John Ruddick will get a word in. You know what? You're probably not wrong. Here is a little known secret of being an interviewer. The purpose of being an interviewer is not to hear what the other person has to say. They're a vehicle, an excuse for you to go on long-winded diatribes. And of course, I am a master of that art. But John Ruddick, if anyone can give me a run for my money, it's John Ruddick. He can potentially get 2 whole sentences in over the next 4 hours. And that would be a new record. Now, Mickey D says, am I looking for workers once my go-kart business opens up? I will be. We've got to get to the point where it opens up. It's been a 5.5-year saga to get to this point. So fingers crossed we will one day open up. Daniel says, hello. G'day, mate. And Melissa says, loved it. Everyone share. Thank you, Melissa. So go to open up another tab, go to my Facebook page, my YouTube channel, or my Instagram. You will find the video that I released today about preferential voting in the lower house, how it works, and how it is that minor parties, if they can just attract and aggregate 30% of the vote to themselves, they actually put themselves in with a shot at winning lower house seats. Now, the man I'm speaking with tonight, my guest, is running for the upper house in New South Wales for the Liberal Democrats. And his name is John Ruddick. John, how are you?
Topher, I'm thrilled. Thanks very much for having me. I was just as you brought me on, I heard you in your little intro saying that you've done this video on preferential voting.
Yes.
I've had so many people, because what the COVID situation has done is it has politicized a lot of previously apolitical people, the good people with good hearts. Mm-hmm. They have, and look, people, for hacks like you and me, preferential voting system, we've got it all through our head. Yep. But yes, I think that, and you know what, I've just tweeted it out, and that's what I was doing when you brought me on. And I haven't watched it, but I've endorsed it because I know it'll be good.
Thank you. Look, I do appreciate that. Look, I'm actually going to play part of it. It does go for 15 minutes because it's one of those arcane kind of subjects that you can't push through it too quickly, or it's just, you've just got to take your time and walk your way through it. So it's a 15-minute video. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to play about the first 5 minutes of that video during our ad break tonight. Now, the ad break, of course, is the loo break that we take at about 9:30, 9:45, somewhere there. And I do that because my viewers threatened to revolt when I started doing slow chats, and they were going for 3 hours and 4 hours, and there was no break at any point in the entire thing. And people threatened to find out where I lived and come and pay me a visit. So I do give people a loo break now. But John, I want to kick off. I want to get right into the serious kind of meat of this issue here. And I want to ask you something that I ask every single person that runs for politics. And that is this: what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you choose to go into politics of all things? You could have been anything you wanted to be. You could have been happy. You could have had a life. But you volunteered to go into politics. What the fuck is wrong with you, John?
Okay, this is a question I have given much thought to for many, many years. Not so much about me, but what is it about some people where they become not just interested in politics, but they take the next step and become an activist, which is probably 0.5% of the population, maybe even less. But
sure.
Very often it's people who grow up in a highly political family are very disinterested in politics. I mean, look at Ronald Reagan's kids and Margaret Thatcher's kids and John Howard's kids. These people are just not into politics. And it's now on the left side of politics, because it's like a business for them. And they hand the family business down, like the Clintons and the Kennedys and others. They're the few in Australia. But they do pass it on. But in terms of putting that aside, Look, it's a mystery as to why some people become political activists. And I've actually sort of loosely come to the view that it's just like within the sort of the species as we evolved, that sort of like, 1 to 2% of us have got the warrior gene in us. And that's what politics is. Politics is, I mean, we used to go, you've seen the movie Braveheart. We used to go out there and solve our politics on the battlefield. It's basically the same people.
The good old days. The good old days. Let's be honest. The good old days.
Yes. I think it's this. I think it's this random genetic mutation that appears, and some people just are born with it, and it's really all over the place as to who gets it. And thankfully, most people don't. But look, in terms of the Liberal, look, why I'm the Senate candidate, I'll tell you exactly what happened, right? So I've been an activist in the Liberal Party for 30 years.
So the Liberal Party, not the Liberal Democrats, the Liberal Party.
The New South Wales, the notorious New South Wales Liberal Party, which has been very successful electorally.
They have been.
And it has dominated the federal parliamentary party room. Since, well, the Victorians dominated in the first half of the Liberal Party, and then the New South Wales has since the late 80s, really.
Yeah. Victorian Liberal Party is worse than useless at the moment. So, yeah, their days are over.
Well, you think about it when the Liberal Party started, who the leaders were. Menzies, Victorian. Harold Holt, Victorian. John Gorton, Victorian. Then it went to one New South Wales guy, Billy McMahon. Then it went to Billy Snedden, Victorian. Malcolm Fraser, Victorian. Andrew Peacock, Victorian. And then Howard and Peacock went back and forth. And then it's basically been New South Wales ever since.
Yeah.
But anyway, look, I was an activist in the New South Wales Liberal Party. I had written a book a few years ago, Make the Liberal Party Great Again, which has a bit of a sexy title. But really, it was a technical manual on how to structure a political party in the 21st century, which is basically saying primaries. And it was comparing Australia's electoral system or party system with the UK, the US, Canada, and Australia. And Canada is interesting because there's no two countries on earth more similar than Canada and Australia. And I was saying, look, we are stuck in the 19th century. The Liberal Party is really, and look, not just primaries. We were going to have state conventions to elect our Senate candidates and our upper house candidates, where all members are invited. And then we were going to have a national convention to elect our federal parliamentary leader, which is what they do in Canada, which is how Boris Johnson got the job. And it would have given us better leaders than silly Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull. Then I knew Morrison hates democratic reform of the Liberal Party.
Right.
And I knew that I had to wait him out, and I was prepared to wait him out. And I thought this is going to take me 5 to 10 years to get these reforms implemented. But then what happened was a little thing came along, Topher, called COVID. And along with the police.
I have heard of that. I'll get you to fill me in a little bit later on exactly what's going on with that. But it rings a bell. Yeah.
So COVID came along with its little children. It came along with the debt, the $1 trillion debt. Thank you very much for nothing. And it came along with the police state. Came along with, and these things are brought to us by the Liberal Party. And then we had the capitulation on global warming. And I just thought, bloody hell, what's the point of the emergency is now? I can't wait 5 to 10 years to fix up the Liberal Party to have good government. The emergency is now. I went for a little drive around New South Wales with my kids on a June long weekend last year. I thought, what the hell am I going to do? What the hell am I going to do? I said, the Liberal Party, I've got this political energy. I've got to do something.
Yeah.
And I stayed at a mate's place on a farm. I wake up with a bit of a hangover on a Sunday morning. I flick on The Outsiders on Sky News. And they introduced this guy I'd never heard of before, David Limbrick. And Rita Panny, he says he's effectively the opposition leader in Victoria. This is in the middle of a crazy lockdown.
It's true. Yeah,
I'm sitting there listening to him. And I just thought, okay, well, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to join these dudes, who I've usually voted for. I've usually voted for the Liberal Democrats because I'm a libertarian. And I just thought, but I did think it was a waste of time. I thought, well, if we want to have good government, we've got to reform the Liberal Party. Now then, 5 minutes after David Limbrick was on the phone, I rang up the Liberal Democrats. I said, look, I want to join your party and I want to be your candidate for Warringah. And they said, well, come and have a discussion with it. Now, I said, I want to run in Warringah because I live almost in Warringah. And I said, look, it's a high-profile seat. Obviously, I'm not going to win, but it'll bring some attention to your good little party. That's why I wanted to join, okay? And and I thought if I can get 10% or something in Warringah, And I can, Zali's there, Tony Abbott told
It sends a message. It sends a message.
And I knew that the Liberals would come up with somebody. The genius. Tony Abbott got 42% of the primary vote, so he's lost badly. Still got 42% of people wanted to vote for him, right?
Yeah.
So I thought, and the Liberals, I knew they'd pre-select somebody who was as left-wing as Zali, almost as left-wing, and they thought they'd be too smart by half. And I thought, okay, if you're going to go and run Zali light with a Liberal badge on, I'll go and try and get some of the Tony Abbott vote.
Yeah.
Now, then what happened was about, as soon as I met the Liberal Democrats socially, I love them. Yeah. Okay, these guys are smart, and these guys, they're relaxed. They're unlike Liberal Party people, are very sort of intense type of people. And we just got on terrifically. Then 2 months later, I went to a freedom march in Sydney, which was an illegal freedom march, and got a lot of criticism for that.
The best kind, in my opinion.
Yes, exactly.
I've kind of lost interest since they became legal. I mean, now that there's no real prospect of watching somebody get shot or being shot, I don't know. It's just the thrill is gone.
That is true, actually. Yes, it was. There was a thrill there at the beginning. But I came home from that first freedom march, and I've got Kevin Rudd attacking me. I've got every journalist in Australia attacking me. I've got some of my friends at Sky News attacking me. And I came home, and my Twitter feed had 8 million impressions in about 6 hours. Okay, so it had gone totally wrong. I've got I'm getting random phone calls saying, "John Ruddick, you're responsible for a super spreader, you evil bastard." Okay, it was a bad period.
Can I ask, when was this?
July last year.
Okay, so July 2021, because I had exactly that experience in April 2020.
Wow.
That was
Right.
So that I spoke. Yeah, well, I spoke at the very first anti-lockdown protest in Australia. Wow. And I can relate to what you're saying because my phone was blowing up, my messages on every single channel, every single social media platform. They found out about my go-karting business, which it doesn't even exist yet, right? I've been fighting my way through council and VCAT. Now I need more investors because inflation has pushed up the cost of building the damn thing. It's just been a saga, 5.5 year saga. They found my business page and they started leaving 1-star reviews and calling me a neo-Nazi on the business page and everything else. So there was a real direct effort to kind of cancel me. And that was the biggest avalanche of hate that I've ever experienced in my 12 years of being a political commentator. What's been really interesting is in the nearly 2 years, or a year and 9 months since, a year and 10 months, I've had a number of people come back and apologize and have the guts to actually come to me and say, I was one of those people. I'm going to out myself and say, hey, I was one of those people and I'm sorry because I was wrong and you were right.
Sure.
Now, yeah. And now in all of what I've done since the releasing Battleground Melbourne, speaking at all kinds of other protests, some of which were much bigger and much more high profile than that little protest way back in April, I've never had that same avalanche of hate. So in a way, it almost surprises me. But I guess New South Wales always was a little bit behind us because you didn't experience the pain for about another year. That yes. I guess in that sense, it kind of makes sense that you were at that same stage in June, July of 2021.
Mate, April 2020, I dip my hat to you. Okay, that you know at the end of the first Star Wars movie, when right. Luke, Han Solo, and Chewbacca go forward to get their gold medals. You'll be there, but Topher, if you're at a freedom rally in the very early days, you'll be sort of the lead gold medal. But that's impressive. I had no idea about that, so I'll look it up online.
But look, you and I can relate on that avalanche of hate. So how did you process that? How did you deal with that?
Well, okay, look, it was 90% bad. My Twitter followers jumped about sort of 4,000 in about a week. Yeah, went from 10,000 to about 14,000, since doubled about then. So look, my wife was born in Shanghai. She's pretty supportive. Her family suffered under the Cultural Revolution. So I think a lot of Chinese in Australia are very sort of compliant with the COVID rules. But those who had family that suffered in the Cultural Revolution, they know, they can see what the hell's going on. I'm not saying this is as bad as the Cultural Revolution, but yeah, I'm definitely saying it's the same. It's on the same trajectory.
Yep.
So, my wife was pretty good about it. Okay, I run a little business, and I was worried it might cost me clients, and it sort of didn't, which is good. And and then look, the one group of people who just thought it was magnificent were the Liberal Democrats, and so they said, John, look, we know you're gearing up to run in Warringah. which is entirely what it was all about. They said, John, would you think about being our Senate candidate? And I said, okay, well, look, I hadn't genuinely, that was, not why I joined your party. And I said, look, let's try and get someone better, someone with a higher profile. Let's try. I said, look, let's give it a month and let's actively, and I'll help you put some names together and we can speak to them. They came back to me after a couple of weeks. I said, no, John, we really want you to do it. We know that you're a true believer. So that's how this whole thing ended up.
Look, that's very cool. And this is one of these areas where I get kind of torn in two directions. And I can talk about this with you because you've thought through these same things. You've been politically active for a very long time, firstly as a strategist and supporting the party, and now as a candidate. So there's not a lot of people I can kind of talk through this with. But I'm going to take the opportunity because I think I can with you. And that is the decision of where are you most effective? And ever since I became a political commentator, literally from the very first year of me being Topher online, I've had political parties asking me to run, right? That's just been a consistent theme throughout my entire time. I've been asked by everybody except the Greens. Yes, I was actually approached by somebody, a very low-level person in a branch of the Labor Party who thought, hey, come on in, we'll get you pre-selected, blah, blah, blah. Not a senior position at all. But yes, I've actually been approached by the Labor Party, Liberal Party, Family First as they were back then. The list goes on. I've been approached by almost everybody except the Greens and a couple of other really, really minor micro parties over the years. And I've always said no. But this election was the closest I came to saying yes. I came damn close to saying yes and running as a candidate. And actually, I was approached by one party who I won't name, but I was offered the lead Senate candidate position for a party that you know their name, right? Okay. All I'll say is you've heard of them. You know who they are. Yeah. And then I was in discussions with the Liberal Democrats, who I am more ideologically aligned with, and I have since joined as a financial member. So I've now I've stuck my flag in that camp, right? I'm a Liberal Democrat financial member. And then the question becomes, okay, should I run? All right, we need people to run for lower house seats. It's very unlikely that a minor party candidate is going to win a lower house seat. It's not impossible, as my video that I released today shows. It's not impossible. Yes, but it's pretty freaking unlikely. It's not going to happen very many times in the coming election around the whole country. Maybe 5 times, maybe 6 times if we're lucky, that some little minor party, freedom-friendly minor party, will pick up a lower house seat. That's what I'm hoping for, right? So I could do that, draw more attention to the party. I could run in the Senate, but they've got David Limbrick as their lead Victorian Senate candidate, and I wholeheartedly approve. Like, this guy is an absolute freaking champion and is a worthy man to send to Canberra. So yes. I certainly don't want the number 1 spot. And then once you got number 2, number 3, number 4, there's no real chance of winning anyway. You're just there to amplify and to sort of boost the signal. I made the decision in the end not to run on the basis that I think I can do just as much good, if not possibly more, from the outside, commentating, doing things like the video that I did today about the lower house and so forth, and being free to take that stance of, and which I do in the video, I don't mind which of the freedom-friendly minor party you put first. Just put all of them before you put any of the majors. The moment I throw my hat in the ring for a specific party, I lose a lot of that power. I lose a lot of that neutrality. So I made that tactical decision. From your point of view, what's your tactical decision? You're running as a lead Senate candidate. That is a position that can win. There is, no one knows, but there is a reasonable prospect that you are going to end up being an Australian senator in about 3 months' time, 2 months' time. Yeah. From your point of view, how would you then use that power? What do you hope to do with that?
Well, look, the truth is I had sort of seen the most productive role I can play in sort of structurally totally reforming the Liberal Party. Okay, that's what and I did not imagine that would actually result in a parliamentary career for myself.
Right.
But now I'm hoping now that the proposal that I had put forward in the book, Make the Liberal Party Great Again, is not suitable for a small party. Yeah, and I'm hoping the Liberal Democrats can become a bigger party and we can embrace those democratic reforms. And I think that might sort of keep our momentum going. Yeah. But it's not ready, for a small party. So look, I mean, I guess look, I'll share something which is pretty radical, Topher. I've half written an article for The Spectator, but I just been pretty short on time lately. This is what I truly believe Australia needs to do. In fact, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pick up a book over here.
While you do that, let me answer a question that's come up in the comments here. I'm going to type it in. The best place to watch Battleground Melbourne is at www.battleground. Oops. Let me make sure I spell this correctly. Melbourne.com. All right. That link should show up, whatever platform you're watching on. That link should drop in there just about now. Battlegroundmelbourne.com. That's where you can watch it. And by the way, for those that are hanging out for the remastered version, best case scenario tomorrow, worst case scenario Monday. That's what we're looking at right now. So we're about to get the remastered version out, which I'm very much looking forward to. Anyway, sorry, John, you've grabbed that book.
I've heard very good things about the documentary.
Thank you.
Now, this is a book written by William Coleman. It was launched only a month or two ago. It's called A Retelling of the Creation of the Australian Federation, 1889 to 1914. Now, okay. William Coleman is an academic at ANU. He's the son of Peter Coleman, who was the member for Wentworth for sort of before John Hewson. Peter Costello's brother-in-law, and he is a brilliant historian.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I have done this deep dive into Australian Federation politics in the last sort of 3-4 years. And look, this guy is, and I've read a lot of historical interpretation. Anyway, the guts of his book is that Federation was one hell of a badly botched mistake. Now, he's not anti the 6 colonies. Oh, yeah, look, and he at his book launch, he very kindly asked me to speak. And I said, look, there's no period of Australian history which has been more examined and re-examined than the Federation era. So the question we first need to ask is, what more can be said about that era? And I said, well, William Coleman has answered that book and said everything. Now, just in summary, I don't want to sort of get too sidetracked, but just in summary.
Hang on, this is called a slow chat for a reation. You can take all the time you need.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So the guts of what he's saying is that the Federation, we had a little colony here called New Zealand, which was sort of, 50-50 about joining, and in the end opted not to. Yeah, and I don't think they'd have any regrets about that. New South Wales came very close not to joining, but anyway. But look, William Coleman is basically saying, look, it's probably on this continent, probably a natural thing that we did have a national government, okay? But he says that the people that pushed it, people particularly Alfred Deakin and Edmund Barton, the people that we consider our heroes, they were very small-minded people. They didn't write a great constitution. It was very poorly thought through. It was really, they were just wanting to have the Commonwealth so they could sort of become Prime Minister, and they could position themselves in Australian history as sort of like the George Washington and the Thomas Jefferson of this country. And they're saying, look, we should have taken and they rushed it, and it should have been, and there was no sort of, he basically says it happened about 10 to 20 years too early. Anyway, he's really made me rethink the Australian Constitution, which has got so many problems. And at the book launch, somebody asked him, William, after he spoke, they said, well, look, what can we do about it? And William said, look, opportunities to write a constitution basically come and they go. Once they've gone, they've gone. Okay. Well, I was thinking, okay, this would be the best case scenario. Now, I thank you for saying that there's a reasonable chance I'm going to get elected to the Senate. I think there is a reasonable chance. I think it's sort of a 1 in 4, 1 in 3 chance. We're certainly.
Sorry, I'm just answering a question from a viewer here.
Right.
That's what I'm drinking.
Okay.
Continue.
Now, if I got elected, I'll tell you, I would like to sort of start to champion a radical restructuring of the Australian Constitution. Now, these idiots that want to talk about the Australian Republic, I don't want to get into that tonight, but the same people, the Australian Republican movement, who have got a very shallow understanding of constitutional history and the Constitution, and it's just a little picture on top. They don't like the foreign queen, whatever, okay? But they've got no understanding about the importance of Constitution. He says, look, basically the same type of person running the Australian Constitution, the Australian Republican movement, is the same type of person that gave us federation in the first place. Just sort of show ponies. Now, this is how I truly believe, Topher, that this magnificent country, Australia, could have a better form of government, which would basically, we have in the House of Representatives, where at the moment we have 151 members. I think we should have 500 members. Okay, and I think they should be term limited to 2 terms. And I think that's
expensive.
I think that their salaries should be basically the average national wage. So look, I think they get paid roughly 200,000 to 300,000 after committees and everything at the moment. Pay them 100 grand.
Yep.
Don't give them 4 or 5 staff. They need 1.5 staff. I'm talking about, and basically, you know, so you're not going to. It truly would be a public service. That term limited. That term limited to 2 years. Okay, and there'd be much smaller electorates. There would be less party discipline. Now, and you can't. And now the ministry would be not chosen from the parliament. It would be like the Americans do, which is so much bloody better. Okay, so we have someone's the defense minister today. Maurice Payne's the defense minister. She doesn't know the first thing about defense. Oh, next week the foreign minister. She doesn't know the first thing about foreign affairs. Okay, so and we have all these people with no experience in the field. Now in America, if you're the Treasury Secretary, well, you've probably worked on Wall Street for 30 or 40 years, or you've written a PhD on economics. If you're the defense minister, you've probably been a 4-star general or something. Okay. Now, so the ministry would be people who are chosen by the Prime Minister from outside of Parliament. The House of Representatives would be term limited, and it'd be a lot less of a glamorous role than it is now. I mean, okay, and there'd be hopefully a pay cut for people. Now, then, what I would have with the Senate, I would have it in the Senate where you probably have half the size, so say 250 senators, and you can only serve in the Senate if you have previously served in the House or served in the ministry. And I'm thinking maybe you've got to be at least 60 years old, at least 50 years old.
I agree with that. There needs to be a minimum age.
Yes. I want the Senate to be much more powerful because, you know, the old Roman term, the Latin word Senate, basically means grey hair. And these are the people that ran the Roman Republic and the Roman Empire for 1,000 years, which is, you know, had its ups and downs. It was basically a pretty successful little organisation. And we need this Senate to be people, and they should be people who get elected strictly as independents. So you can't campaign as a party. Now you're going to have you have to have previously served in the House or in the ministry. You're obviously going to have distinguished yourself so that the public know who you are when they go to the ballot box. And we're going to have these people who are going to be older. Oh, and you can't be, once you're in the Senate, you can't be in the ministry. Okay, so this really is sort of the retirement home for our wisest and brightest older people. Okay. And they're not elected by Parliament, and they will be, you know, it'll be a powerful Senate. But I really think, I mean, look, we have so many kids in Parliament today, Topher, who, I mean, I know it's been said a million times, but they go young Liberals, young Labor, then student politics, then branch stacker, then staffer, then lobbyist, and then bloody a member of Parliament. I mean, this is not good. This is how we end up with $1 trillion worth of debt.
This is the thing that annoys me is on the Labor side, everyone is either a lawyer or a unionist that eventually makes it into being an MP for the Labor Party. Liberal Party is arguably a little bit more diverse. They've got a little bit more of a range of backgrounds just due to the way they're structured and the way their factions work. But even so, there is a desperate underrepresentation of ordinary Aussies. And because of the way our politics works, it's very, very difficult for an ordinary Aussie to actually get the pre-selection in the first place. If they're just literally an average Joe and they sign up to a branch of a political party and run for pre-selection, well, they're not going to get it. It's the guy that's been schmoozing for a couple of years that's got the right connections with the power brokers inside the party that's going to get the pre-selection in the first place. So from my point of view, the way that politics functions in this country automatically kind of excludes the ordinary person. It's not really open to everybody in the same way that the US presidential position is not open to everybody. I mean, they have this myth that anyone can be president. Sure, anyone that's got $100 million to drop and a bunch of connections with powerful people and billionaire businessmen, yeah, any of those people can become the president, you know, but not your average Joe. So, okay, that was interesting. But I'm going to push back a little bit here. That's pretty academic. I don't think we're going to reach the point where we're having constitutional referendums and fundamentally changing the way the country functions politically. So that was interesting. By the comments, people enjoyed it. There's a lot of good ideas in there. I'm going to park that and say, all right, John, in the real world, in terms of what's politically achievable for a senator who may only be one of 2 or 3 senators that are sympathetic to a lot of these views. I've got a lot of time for Malcolm Roberts. I've got a lot of time for a couple of the other guys that are in there. Unfortunately, George Christensen isn't running again at this stage, at this point in time. Craig Kelly is in the lower house, so he won't be there. Even if he wins, he won't be there with you in the Senate. You might have Pauline Hanson. You might have Malcolm Roberts. You might have 1 or 2 others. What's actually realistically achievable for you as a senator? What are the sorts of things, opportunities that you will be looking for where you believe you can make a difference?
Look, one option I had been mulling was to say, look, we're going to, if we've got a little freedom block there.
Yeah.
You know, the freedom parties get along very, very well. We have our differences, but over policy. But look, on a personal level, most of us get along very well. And on the big issues, global warming, the debt, the COVID state, we're all in agreement, fierce agreement.
Yep.
So I would imagine that we would probably like to have in the US Congress, they have a little freedom caucus. I imagine we would have a freedom caucus. Now, what can the freedom caucus do? I was thinking that we could simply say to whoever's in government, we say, we're going to oppose every single piece of legislation until you've 100% reversed all COVID BS. Now,
it's a good start.
Yes. Now, the thing is, though, have you noticed? COVID has been wound up all around the world in unison. Now, why did it get all up? What the polls have changed. You know, the death rate right now in America from COVID is almost as high as it was in 2020. But that's still the polls have changed. The politics have changed. So all these Democrats are saying, let's wind this thing up. It's starting to hurt us now. It helped us destroy Trump, which I think was the whole purpose of it. We got Trump, and then with the genie was out of the bottle. But anyway, so look, let's assume we do get there, and COVID is in the rearview mirror. Well, sure. You know, we're going to have this. We've got this massive debt. Okay, we've had no microeconomic reform in this country since the 1990s. Now, people say John Howard was a good prime minister, and he was a good prime minister, but he had 4 terms, and in his first 2 terms, he was doing very good things. And then the war on terror came along, and John Howard in his last 2 terms economically didn't do a thing. In fact, he was actually bad on spending in 2004 and everything. Okay, the spending got out of control.
I've literally reversed my view on him. When John Howard was prime minister, when I was a teenager, early teenage years, he was 3rd in line after God, Jesus, John Howard. That was the order, right? Now, even the very things that I used to look at, I supported the gun ban in 1996. Yes. I supported the baby bonus. I supported the first homeowner grant. I supported the expansion to the what do we call it? The superannuation system. I supported all 4 of those. I now regard all 4 of those as terrible, terrible policy that has had awful consequences since. So one of the things that I'm interested in to hear from you, and I don't want to derail where you were at, but we'll move on to this later, is your evolution from being a member of the Liberal Party to being a member of the Liberal Democrats in the context of others that have come in and out of the Liberal Democrats and others that have joined the Liberal Democrats. What's that journey look like for you? But let's put a pin in that. I'm sorry, I've derailed the conversation.
Well, look, if we get into Parliament, if we've got a little freedom caucus there, you're probably familiar, and a lot of your viewers will be familiar with the Liberal Democrats' Freedom Manifesto. So, I mean, we're not a big party that needs a policy on every issue out there.
Can I just say, that's funny. That is a very funny comment. Well played.
Yes. So look, we've got the economic cleanup, which is going to, we can either roll up our sleeves and have some gutsy Margaret Thatcher style economic reforms. And to be fair, Paul Keating as treasurer, not as prime minister. He was a brilliant treasurer. You know, the Howard Hawke government in the 80s was better than the Hawke Keating government on economic matters, and 99% of legislation is about economics. Yeah. It was better than the Howard and Costello. They did the hard work, but they were copying Margaret Thatcher. Okay. Look, I'll tell you, Thatcher gets elected in 1979. The world had basically, after World War II, democratic socialism basically became the norm all around the bloody world. Yes. Australia was, you know, under Menzies was pretty much an exception. We got criticised for being too laissez-faire. But America and the British Conservative Party and Europe and everything, okay, Now then it led to stagnation and misery and weakness in the Cold War. The greatest hero of the post-World War II era, Margaret Thatcher, comes along in May 1979, rolls up her sleeves and champions free enterprise in a big, hardcore way. And then Reagan gets elected 18 months later. Now then Hawke gets elected 4 years after Thatcher did. Now then what happened was, when Thatcher first brought in her reforms, it's like if you're sick and you take medicine, the medicine tastes shit and you feel worse for a brief period. And that they had a bad recession when Thatcher first brought in her reforms. She was going extremely badly in the polls. And then, and this is when she said her famous line, "I'm not going to U-turn," because the previous Conservative government had tried to do the same reforms, but then gave up when it got tough. Now, Bob Hawke is the luckiest bastard in Australian political history. Okay, he gets in there 4 years after Thatcher. Okay, and all the good fruit of Thatcherism is starting to ripen. Okay, and Hawke didn't care. Hawke and Keating didn't campaign on microeconomic reform and deregulation and privatisation and tax cuts and everything else. Okay, they just get in there, and they basically said, "Oh, we'll do what Margaret did, but we'll say that we like unions because we're still sort of meant to be the Labor Party."
Sure.
And then the good thing was John Howard was agitating in the opposition, saying, "Oh, we've got to support this stuff. We've got to support this stuff." So we had a glorious period. But then what happened was we haven't had any good economic reform in this country since the late 1990s. That's 20 years. I mean, Abbott's pretty good guy, okay? But I mean, his heart was never really in it. He's really got DLP, Bob Santa Maria in his heart. He's getting there. Okay. It's not in his DNA. And Malcolm Turnbull was useless. Scott Morrison is worse, okay? Because at least Malcolm Turnbull was intelligent. And at least Malcolm Turnbull had lived in the private sector, Goldman Sachs, and, his family owned small businesses. Now, so we've got this horrible mess right now, this economic mess, all this bloody spending. Okay, and Scott Morrison last week says, "Oh, hi ABC, here's another truckload of cash for you. Please be nice to me." So what have we got to do?
I don't know if you know this number or not, but I saw someone reporting the other day that they projected within the forward estimates the Victorian deficit, not the debt. The deficit within the forward estimates is expected to grow to $200 billion.
Okay.
Now, don't quote me on that, but I saw that the other day. I haven't gone back and verified it for myself, but we're a country. Sorry, that's Victorian state. We're a state of 6.5 million people in 1 year. 200, what are we doing?
Oh, well, we are imperiling the nation. Now, look, Australia is a very wealthy country, and we're going to continue to be a wealthy country. But the thing is, because you can't sort of rip down a building, and we've got all this infrastructure. We're a wealthy country, but we've got all this farmland and stuff. Even with bad leadership, we're still going to be a relatively wealthy country. But what we're going to do is we're going to have slow growth. That's just not. You want a dynamic society. You want a laissez-faire society. You want people rising and falling, and creativity. What's going to happen when you have a stagnated economy is the rich sort of stay rich, and the people, the ambitious poor and the entrepreneurial poor, don't rise up. Okay, and this is what gives us really long-term strength, and which flows into things like military strength and just national prosperity and success. So, look, the overwhelming challenge, because it looks like COVID's been wound up, and so therefore, I don't think we'll have to keep fighting it for a little bit. And as these elections get close, we've got the federal election, got the Victorian election, got the New South Wales election, and they've got the midterm elections in the US, and the politics of COVID has changed. And so we basically just got to, look, when David Leyonhjelm was a senator, the Liberal Party said he was very, very easy to negotiate with because they just knew how he would vote on every bill. Okay, if it was going to reduce taxes or regulation, David Leyonhjelm would vote for it. We couldn't twist his arm. We couldn't say, "Oh, David, well, if you do this for us, we'll build a bridge over here."
Yeah.
But we need to also, use the platform of Parliament to bring the Australian people with us, that we've got this economic mess thanks to COVID. That's the guts.
Well, I think you're being generous to say that it's thanks to COVID. I think it's thanks to the ideologies of the people in charge for the last, 20 years since, or, 15 years since Howard. But I want to pick up on something you just said there, because I think this is something that is so important for non-politicians to understand and to educate ourselves on. You mentioned David Leyonhjelm. and the fact that the Liberal Party already knew what he was going to vote on, or how he was going to vote on a given bill or issue.
Yes.
Now, that's wonderful because it speaks of principle. They know that because they understand the principles that underpin the decisions that he makes.
Yes.
From a political perspective, that's actually a liability, because it means you don't get a seat at the negotiating table when it comes time for the wheeling and dealing and the backroom deals and all that stuff that we hate, but is a reality of politics as it is done today. So one of the questions, challenges, this is something that occupies my brain space probably more than it should, is hypothetically, if I was in government, there is this intractable pull, and I've seen it work. I won't mention their names, but they're politicians. They're in federal parliament today, and I'm talking about multiple different people who I knew before they got into federal politics. And I knew them to be principled. I knew them to be decent. I knew them to be intelligent. I knew them to be exactly what you would want in a politician. Then they got into politics. And in both cases, it took less than a year before I saw them being wheelbarrowed out on Sky News in both cases, saying things that I knew they did not believe. Now, I can understand how they get there. Let me defend them for a second before I hand over to you to talk us through this. I can understand how they get there, because there is this argument that goes on that says, I'm only a backbencher. I'm only low down in the party. I need to get into a position of being in the cabinet. I need to get to maybe leading the party, and then I can make a real difference. But if I don't play the game, then I'll never get there. So maybe I'll just play the game. I'll just bottle what I actually believe for a minute, and I'll play the political game for a while. And then once I'm in a position of power, I'll be able to make a difference. History tells us that day never comes.
Exactly.
Right? But I can understand psychologically how they get there. What are you going to do on the one hand to guard yourself against that? But also, how do we get some of these people that we know underneath have these principles? How do we get them to actually start acting like they've got these principles?
Okay, well, look, it's very depressing what you've just said, and you're entirely correct. Absolutely correct, yes. There are very few people, members of parliament, that have had, I mean, what COVID has done is it has exposed us who does have principles in that Liberal National Party room. It's the people that have been on your show. Craig Kelly left the party. George Christensen, got demonised. Matt Canavan.
I've not had him yet. I'd love to have him on the show.
Right, sorry. Okay, yep. And I think 5 Liberal National senators crossed the floor on the, should the government make it mandatory to have the vax? Okay, mandatory. Thank you very much. So it just showed us. Now, look, I think what happens is the average parliamentarian, federal parliamentarian, I know exactly what you're talking about. Now, let's say on average they're 30 years old when they get elected, and their previous job was paying them $100,000 before they got elected. Yes. Then what happens is a backbench is officially paid about $220,000, but then they go and load themselves up with 5 committees that pay them about $25,000 to $30,000 each. So they're now well over $300,000. That's like, wow, I was on $100,000. Now I'm on $300,000. They usually get married soon after, and then they have wife and kids and mortgage. They go and buy. I'm a senator. I'm a house. I've got to have a nice house. And by the time they get to sort of the 40, even though they might have read Hayek and they might like Ayn Rand and Milton Friedman and everything else, and they still say, I love Margaret Thatcher. I love Ronald Reagan. Okay, but by the time that they're 40, they've got 2 or 3 kids. They've got a big mortgage. And if they lose their frigging seat in Parliament, which they can do, for multiple reasons, what are they going to do with their life? So it's and it's this is why I am a believer in, we want to attract a system where we basically have older people being our lawmakers. That is we don't want to set any rules, okay, but we want to basically have people who are not financially totally dependent on being part of the system, being a parliamentarian, because at the end of the day, when you've got a choice between principle and blowing up your family's income, they will always choose. So sorry, not blowing up your family's income. They will choose that. It's sad, and those people that you're referring to, I could probably have a guess who they are. Of course, I won't speculate. But this is what's happened. Now now look, I wasn't a fan of Malcolm Turnbull, okay, but I just want to use him as an example.
Sure.
In many, many ways, he was the ideal democratic politician, because look, he was a self-made guy. He didn't need the money, and he had excelled in the real world in more than one field.
Well, as much as investment banking is the real world, but yes.
Well, I mean, look, but it was also the law, and he'd done his silly Republican thing, which I didn't agree with, and he'd been involved in various charities and everything. Now, look, really, this is the truth.
You're not wrong, but I'm still going to struggle to accept a kind word said about him. But you're actually not wrong.
Okay. Well, Ronald Reagan was somebody who didn't need politics. Okay, he was a big, successful guy before he gets into. So look, kids getting into politics are going to be the death of the nation. That's the problem. So this is what we under the party structure I had proposed in the book, which is on the shelf now collecting dust. But we hope to give it a comeback at some point in the next decade or two.
Yep.
We want to have more grey hair in politics. That's an important part of the wiser people.
All right, so I want to take a step back, actually, because we've kind of dived into politics and all that stuff. But one of the questions that I get a lot, and I haven't really stopped to actually answer, and I think you're the right person for us to talk about this and to really kind of dive into what this is and what this means, is what the hell is a libertarian worldview? What is libertarian politics to start with? Political language is very freaking confusing, because when we talk about the Liberal Party in Australia, that's a very different thing to the Liberal Party in Canada or the Liberal Party in the US. It's a very different thing to what a conservative is in the US versus, Labor over here versus Labor in England is actually their Conservative Party, etc. Like, the language is freaking confusing. Can you cut through that for us and then position where does the Liberal Party sit? Where does the Labor Party sit, as best as you can define in today's language? And then what the hell are you? And where do you sit in that picture?
Oh, well, look, I'm very proud happy to call myself a libertarian. So look, now how that, for people who are not familiar with the term, I mean, it's obviously related to a little word called liberty. My view, Topher, is that the libertarian is the natural state of mankind. It's what we have evolved naturally to be. Now we've since we've been civilized in the last few thousand years, we've decided it would be a good thing to have a state to sort of set some laws. Now most governments in history, since the time of the pharaohs, the Chinese emperors, and basically, everyone's been a bastard and everyone's been a dictator, with a few little patches in ancient Greece. Ancient Rome was reasonably democratic. Been a few, and then what's happened in Western Europe in the last sort of 200-300 years, particularly thank you England. And now it's become the norm around the world, where we sort of have we have a democratic state. But what happens is politics attracts people who are egomaniacs. It's always going to happen. It's always been the case, and it's going to continue to be the case. And these people want to just keep growing the state. Now, what the libertarians really believe, that the state should basically act as a night watchman over society, which means that they're not directing us around. They're not telling us what to do. But if there's, if something bad happens, an invasion, for example, well, then the state can get involved at that point. So look, I guess the way to simply spell it out in a way that people will understand is, should seatbelts be compulsory in cars? Now, look, I mean, the thing is, I say no, they should not, and I'll tell you why. Now, obviously, you'd be an idiot to be in a car and not wear a seatbelt, and of course, almost every bastard is going to wear a seatbelt. Okay. But we don't want the state. The libertarian does not want the state to enforce that, because they're only harming themselves. If there's a car accident and they happen to get seriously injured because they weren't wearing a seatbelt, well, that's a little thing called personal responsibility. Now, we do not want officers of the state, because what the state has that nobody else has is the legal right to use violence. That's what jail is. That's what the police holding a gun is. They have the legal right, the constitutional right to use violence. Now, the rest of us do not. Okay. And so we are saying that we do not want that. We want the state to be as sort of within reasonable grounds. We're not anarchists. I've recently found out that there are some libertarians that are anarcho capitalists, which we won't get into tonight. But we basically say we want a night watchman state. Now the thing is, wherever these, and that basically flows through to things like very low taxation rates, very low government interference in business, very low regulations, and basically just letting people be people. Now another thing that often comes up is, well, what do you say about drugs? Look, the Liberal Democrats believe that marijuana should be legalized. Okay, now look, I think on balance, I think that probably, and marijuana is probably a negative for a lot of people. But we do what the truth is, since at least the 60s, if not before, a lot of teenagers have been smoking pot in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and today they're still smoking pot. Now, the Liberal Democrats,
and now they're presidents of the United States.
Yeah, yes, exactly, yes. And we don't want teenagers put into the criminal justice system because they have voluntarily chosen to smoke some pot. It's never. I don't think anyone's ever died of smoking pot. Okay, you can't overdose on pot now. So we would be and look, this is sweeping all around the world. I think Germany's got legalized pot now. I think Canada's got legalized pot. When they have votes in America, say, do you want to, even in conservative states, I think South Dakota, and I think some of these states in Alabama maybe, have had referendums. Should we legalize pot? Yes. People say yes. We don't want
10 years. The shift on marijuana in the last 10 years has been just phenomenal. It's been incredible.
Except in this country.
Well, we're lagging a little bit behind.
Yes. So what about? Well, then people might want to take the argument forward. Well, what about meth? What about crack? Well, look, I would say no. We don't want to legalize that. Why is that? Because if marijuana is hurting you, it's hurting you, and it's not hurting anybody else. Now, when people get hooked on this bloody meth and crack, I mean, it makes them violent, it makes them crazy, and it makes them hurt other people. So I would say, well, let's draw a line there.
Let's have some fun, because I disagree with you. And this is where our conversations are always at their best, is when we disagree. Okay. So here is why I disagree. And I'm actually of the view that we should be decriminalizing all substances. The idea that the state can kick down your door because you are consuming any substance is completely absurd. And here's my reasoning. The argument against things like crack and meth, etc., is always the second order effects. It's not the fact that they took crack. It's the fact that they then executed violence or that they stole in order to feed their habit. Right? Now, the same thing can be said for this. This, for some people, will trigger them to commit acts of violence. It will trigger them to then go in and steal, embezzle from their employer or steal a car or what have you to try and feed their habit and feed their addiction. It's the second order effects that we're actually objecting to. But those second order effects are already illegal. It's already illegal to mug somebody. It's already illegal to steal a car or kick down a door or embezzle from your employer. So I don't think that we actually need to be trying to control the substance that someone takes. Now, I can understand where some people come from with, well, why would we deal with the symptom, right? The violence, the crime, etc., when we could just deal with the problem, which is the taking of the drug in the first place. But history provides us a cautionary tale on that. You look at the prohibition of alcohol in the US. You look at the war on drugs. You look at these efforts that have been gone to try and stamp out the use of these drugs that have these awful, and I agree, I'm not arguing they're a good thing, right? I'm not for a moment arguing they're a good thing. I've never had any illegal substance in my life. I've never even smoked a cigarette, by the way. I enjoy my cigars. I enjoy my whiskey. I enjoy my wine. I've never had marijuana. I've never had any of these other drugs. I'm not arguing they're a good thing. But when you look at history and you look at the efforts to stamp them out, the genesis of the FBI and what the FBI has become was born, that was created out of the prohibition of alcohol in the US. I would argue that there is every bit as much evil on the side of trying to stamp these things out as what there is on the side of actually of the drugs themselves, assuming that we properly dealt with the second order effects. And this, I think, is where we're falling down. I'll finish on this point before I let you get another word in, John. What we're doing at the moment in our jurisprudence in Australia is we're saying, oh, you were high on drugs. Oh, well, then we won't apply as harsh a penalty to you. You killed somebody, but you were on meth at the time. Well, we'll reduce your sentence. No, that's bullshit.
Okay. Yeah.
The only circumstance under which that argument washes is if they were spiked, if they were not aware, if they took the drug by choice or by addiction, which is a consequence of earlier choices, then they are 100% liable for the actions they undertake whilst under the influence, and they should be treated as such. But trying to stamp out the consumption, I mean, we've got drugs and weapons in prisons. How do you think you can possibly, what level of power would the government have in order to stamp out drug consumption in society when they can't stamp it out in a prison? So now I will say, though, I lean more towards the anarcho-capitalist end. Now, I'm on a journey. I've come from true conservatism through libertarianism, and I'm now heading towards the anarcho. I mean, I'm not wearing it today, but I have a T-shirt that says "Good people break bad laws." Right, that's a pretty anarcho-capitalist sort of a concept. So I'm out there, right? I'm a bit out there. You're running for parliament, so you probably have to be a bit more, measured. But anyway, so I've talked enough. Please continue.
Well, look, I've just been down to Wagga. I live in Sydney. I've been down to Wagga, which is a 5-hour drive with a couple of other libertarians, including your mate Ross Cameron.
Oh, yes.
And one of them was an anarcho-capitalist. And I said, mate, look, we're in the car for 10 hours, 5 hours there and back. Give us your best podcast on anarcho-capitalism.
Yeah.
And they've been sort of at me. They're sort of like Bible bashing me over it.
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I was sort of became a libertarian by Ayn Rand. I'm not sure if you're familiar with Ayn Rand, but who I'm a big fan of. I continue to be a big fan of. I don't think she was an anarcho-capitalist. She was probably close to it, but she wasn't quite there. But I don't think she really knew about the debate, to be honest. But look, what the example you give about the 1920s in America is a very compelling argument. There is no doubt about that. That prohibition movement, if you follow US history, been going on since the 1880s and the 1890s, and they changed the Constitution. It wasn't a statute. It was a big deal to ban alcohol, and the consequences were so shocking. And the alcohol people were drinking was very low quality and unhealthy, which probably
and poisoned by the US government in some cases.
What was that? Sorry.
Poisoned by the US government.
Right.
In some cases, there were, I believe it was in excess of 10,000 fatalities attributed to alcohol that was seized by the US government, poisoned, and then put back out into the marketplace.
Okay. Well, look, it wouldn't surprise me, because it was a very big deal. And as you pointed out, and everyone knows, the heyday of organized crime, Al Capone and all these boys, and lots of street murders and everything was all caused by that. And what's happening today with the war on drugs, organized crime, all these, a ton of drugs comes into this country. You're right about jail. I had a mate who spent some time in jail, a close mate. And I went to visit him on the first occasion, and he's like you, he's never taken drugs in his life. And I said, what's jail like? He said, you're just not going to believe how much drugs is in here. And he said someone took him aside at the beginning. He said, look, whatever you do, don't take, if you take drugs in jail, you get involved with gangs and you'll get involved with violence. If you just don't take drugs, you won't get involved with gangs. But anyway, you're right. Your point's amazing. If they can't stop them going into the bloody jail, then how are we going to stop them in society? Now, well, look, I'm open to it. I'm on this slippery slope to anarcho-capitalism. I can feel it. I can feel it. But
I am too.
Yes. But look, so marijuana, mushrooms, and largely cocaine are natural substances.
Yep.
Okay. Now I know cocaine is they do something to it. Okay.
These days it's been developed further. Early cocaine was a very natural substance. Yeah.
That's right. Okay. So I'm up for them. Well, look, mushrooms, yes. With the meth and the crack and all these bloody things that really sends people totally, totally nuts. These are not natural substances. These people have brilliantly bad scientists in illegal labs have really spent decades working out how to get these chemicals and to turn it into the biggest brain sort of wrecking thing you can come up with. And I'm just sort of thinking, at this stage, I'm drawing a line there. Okay, but look, stay tuned as the slippery slope continues.
Look, and I don't want to press you too hard. You are running for Senate. people like me, we're shit stirrers, and we want to have these sort of edgy conversations. But the truth is, there are much more substantial things that we need to be talking about than drug policy and other things. Realistically, do you think it's possible to rein in our spending, our debt? I genuinely expected Australia to end up in a situation similar to where we are now, with authoritarian government taking total control over people's lives, etc. But I thought it would happen in another 12 to 15 years as a result of a financial collapse driven by our debt. That's what I had projected. No, I was wrong. Along came COVID, our spending went out of control, authoritarianism went out of control. I agree with you that we're over the hump, we're over the worst of COVID, right? That narrative is not sustainable in the long term. Politicians are going to be walking back from it. But we are going to be left with the debt. And worse, we're going to be left with the ongoing spending. Spending has gone up massively through this time. And that's a very hard thing to wind back. Do you think it's possible to get this under control? Or are we going inevitably to spend ourselves into oblivion?
Well, and become Argentina the second, which was a wealthy country.
Or Venezuela.
Which blew it. Yeah, Venezuela, absolutely. Now, look, I am pretty confident we are going to turn this around. Okay, now we've got to fight for it now, because look, we really, over the last sort of 3.5 centuries, the English-speaking nations have had their ups and downs.
Yep.
But the trajectory has been up, generally up. We've had bad patches, and but we've had glorious patches. Now, the biggest problem with libertarians is that they are the most sort of peaceful people and the most sort of intellectual people. They truly believe in the non-aggression concept, and they really have got the best policies to make other human beings happy on a mass scale. Now, the problem that they've got is that to get far in politics, most of the time you need to be an egomaniac. Like, you see these factional dregs in the Liberal Party. I'm sure it's worse than the Labor Party.
Oh, the Victorian Labor Party. The Victorian Labor Party right now are giving us an absolute object lesson in what that looks like. But continue.
I'm watching it from afar. Yes, it's something else, isn't it?
Oh.
But these people they are intellectual dregs. These people have got nothing to contribute. They've got, most of the time, they lack a personality. But one thing they have got, Topher Field, is they get out of bed early and they go to bed late and they don't rest. And when we had this lockdown on, the factional people, a lot of us were sort of at home. Look, the lockdown actually didn't bother me at all. Okay, I just liked spending time with my kids. I knew it was bad. I was extremely against it, but it didn't actually bother me. But the factional, but it was basically an extended holiday. Okay, now it was stress free for me, except fighting it where I could. But the factional people, they said, okay, we're in lockdown now. What are we going to do? We're going to do something productive to keep the machine going. Okay, these people don't stop. Now, libertarians, unfortunately, are at the other end of the spectrum. Now, what happens? The downside with a democracy is that most of our leaders are bland. But about once every 40 years, a great leader comes along. So if we, Australia has had, I think, 30 prime ministers. We really only had sort of 3 or 4 really good ones, maybe 4 or 5, who've done really good things for the country. And I'd include John Howard in the first half of John Howard in that. I'd include the first half of Malcolm Fraser in that, actually, because he was good in his first period. He was, Malcolm Fraser used to go on TV and say he loves Ayn Rand. And yes. But I think the guilt got him after 75. And then the left saying how evil he was. Yes,
they got to him.
Malcolm Fraser in the 60s, he was talking about nuking Hanoi. Okay, he was anti-abortion. He was not just pro Ayn Rand. He was like an advocate for her. When President Ford invited the new Australian Prime Minister to the White House and said, "We'll put on a state dinner for you," Malcolm Fraser says, "Well, fantastic." And President Ford says to Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser, this is mid 76, I think. And President Ford says, "Well, who would you like to have sit next to you? We've got the whole of America here. Choose whoever you want. They want to come to the White House for dinner." And Malcolm Fraser says, "I'd like to sit next to Ayn Rand." Unfortunately, there is no photo of that event. There is no photo of Ayn Rand and Malcolm Fraser, but it happened. No question it happened.
Is that right? I didn't know that.
Anyway, my point is, we have look, and we're all really in America's orbit these days. Now, and America had a
we live in the Pax Americana.
We do.
That's just a reality. Yeah,
exactly. Now let's talk about the last 100 years. How many presidents have been out there that have advanced liberty? We're talking about economic policies, not foreign policy. Yeah. How many of them have cut taxes, cut regulation, pro-business, cut spending, the whole gamut? The very best was Calvin Coolidge, who is forgotten by history, but he was absolutely magnificent.
I'm glad you brought him up first.
He's magnificent. What he didn't have. He didn't have Reagan's good looks and Hollywood charm. Okay, he was a dull little man, but boy, oh boy, was he a great man. But what he had that Reagan didn't have is he had congressional majorities. So they got everything they wanted. They just got it all through. And it gave us the beautiful 1920s and all that boom, boom, boom. Now then we had now John F. Kennedy was pretty good on these issues, pretty good. Ronald Reagan, of course, was magnificent. Now
as much as he could be without Congress behind him, there was a lot that he wanted to do that he never could.
Correct. Yes, exactly. Well, then what happened was, yes, so you're right. The deficit was bad under Reagan. Not that he wanted it. When he was the governor of California, he cut it back big time. In fact, he cut it so much, and they got into such a surplus. Reagan sent all the taxpayers of California a surplus. He said, "Look, we're returning money to you." So we know it. But anyway, Reagan was so successful, and the Cold War collapses. We win the Cold War, all thanks to Reagan, just after he leaves office. And then they have the Newt Gingrich revolution, who basically was the president of the United States in the 1990s, and he did a magnificent job. And by the time Clinton leaves, and Clinton, to his credit, sort of just went along with it, because Clinton was just one of these left-wing politicians who just wanted the adulation. Bill Clinton's the guy that got up and says the era of big government is over. Now, then what happens is when Bill Clinton left office, there was basically no American debt. Can you believe that? It's now it's about 33. It's nothing to do with Bill Clinton. It's all to do with Reagan laying the groundwork, Newt finishing the job off, and he's the one that did cut the spending, etc., etc. Now then, George W. Bush, got sidetracked with the war on terror. Barack Obama was the first left-wing president from the left-wing party since Franklin Roosevelt, and basically a very charming, good-looking, extremely charismatic guy, but basically very, very bad on his politics, and basically a Marxist. If you look into his background, he's shocking background.
No, I'm not going to argue with you on that. He is a Marxist. That's absolutely right. He was a Saul Alinsky student. Rules for Radicals, all of that. He was 100% on board the project of heading as quickly as possible into what's incorrectly called late-stage capitalism, what's actually cronyism, and that's where we are today, and pushing as quickly as possible towards a collapse and then a renewal of the economy into a socialist form. No one who has looked in, this isn't conspiracy theory, he was born in Kenya kind of nonsense. No. Look at what he said about himself. That's what he wanted.
Yeah. And look, the early years of Obama is actually fascinating. And I agree with you. He was obviously born in Hawaii. It's nothing to do with that. Yeah. But they covered it up. The reason why all those crazy conspiracy theories did come about his early years is because the official narrative was so covered up anyway. Yeah. You usually know everything about the president. They covered it all up because there were so many communists and terrorists in his life that we hardly know anything about him. Hardly know anything about him. Princeton, where he's meant to have got a degree, they've sealed all the records, So anyway, now then we had Trump, who who didn't really do much about the deficit, but he did.
He was a big spender. He loved his spending.
Well, look, he's been yes, okay, I can't argue. I'm pro-Trump, and I'll always be pro-Trump. But the deficit, I think Obama handed on about 16 trillion. I think under Trump, got to about 22 trillion, but it only got to 19 before the COVID BS came along. Yeah. But you're right, he wasn't cutting it, and he didn't even talk about cutting it. So that was the biggest disappointment of Trump. But he did cut company tax. Okay. So we have amazing leaders like Tony Abbott and Malcolm Turnbull and Scott Morrison say, we're going to cut company tax, from we're going to cut it 2.5%. But only for companies that have less than $50 million revenue. Now, the best tax cuts, the tax cuts that help the poor, are tax cuts on big business. Okay, well, all business, big and small.
Yeah.
And so Trump just goes in there, because he had congressional majorities in the early days, and he cuts I think he went from 36 to 18 or something, or at least it was about a 15% cut.
It was a pretty big cut, yeah.
It was. And what happened? And and all these lefties say, oh, you're giving money back to shareholders. No, you're lifting poor people up, the ambitious poor, which is a pretty important thing to do if we're a civilized society. And real wages, before the COVID BS came along, real wages were booming. Poor people were booming under Trump. And, now then look at Biden, who's not even with us. So, look, it's a total mess. I don't know the first thing about crypto. I haven't invested in it. A lot of smart people I know think crypto is the future. A part of me says it's the next .com, right? But anyway, my point is this. Where the hell does this end, Topher? $33 trillion. Biden's put it up 10 trillion for nothing, for the bloody a bad version of the flu. I don't know where it ends up. Yes, maybe crypto is the answer.
Can I tell you, the ultimate experts on crypto, and I'm talking the people that really know what they're talking about, for me, that really influenced me, were the common, ordinary people of Venezuela.
Right.
I was there in 2014 with my wife for a wedding. I've talked about it on these before. I won't bore everyone with the details. One of the things that struck me was that Venezuela, with its collapsing economy, its hyperinflating currency, all of the issues, the currency controls that wouldn't allow you to convert bolivars into US dollars or any other currency, their adoption of crypto was the highest per capita in the world.
Wow, that's amazing.
Now, they were living it. They weren't investing and speculating and hoping to make money. They were trying to survive, and they turned to crypto. I will take their word for it and their actions, because it was their actions that speak louder than words, right? I will take their actions above the opinions of 100 internet experts every single day of the week. Now, I don't think crypto has matured. I don't think crypto has matured. I think that there are a lot of people who are speculating on it, and that's why we see it dip when there's economic uncertainty. It still dips. Now, a hedge is supposed to rise during economic uncertainty, right? So there are people that point to that and they say, hey, look, see, crypto is not a hedge, right? And they're not wrong, because a huge proportion of people in crypto are speculating. But I have seen and I've spoken to people with my own eyes in person in the same room, and they had converted their entire lives across to cryptocurrency, in particular Bitcoin at the time. That was 2014. But they had converted they were being paid in crypto. They were paying their employees in crypto. They were living as much of their life as they possibly could in crypto. They would shop at the grocery stores that would accept crypto instead of accepting bolivars. I will accept their opinion over 100 internet experts every single day of the week, because they were living it.
Okay. Well, that is a really compelling story. And, this is where, is it at all possible to actually repay $33 trillion? I mean, maybe it's just not possible. Maybe we just have to walk away from the debt. I don't know how it works. Can't be good. Maybe we do need a plan B. Maybe it is crypto, but that's what these bastards are doing to us all around the world. When this whole COVID thing popped up, when you're out there in the streets in April 2020, you heroic lad, wasn't it amazing? All around the world, the finance ministers, the treasurers, they all just come out at the same time and say in unison, oh, you just got to go and get massive debt. There's this massive, massive plague coming. It's going to be super duper bad. And you just got to go and get debt. And Josh Frydenberg, who you've heard him probably say it a dozen times, he says, oh, well, look, the Treasury came to us and said, we've got to borrow 150 billion. And he said, I just couldn't believe it. But then I rang up John Howard, and John Howard told me, oh, well, this is unprecedented. This is unprecedented. Okay, thanks, John Howard. And Josh Frydenberg's dined out on that line. Oh, John Howard authorized it. John Howard said it's okay.
Yeah. Listen, so Max says crypto will be reduced to zero. Stay out of it. Max, I'm sorry, but that statement reveals that you don't understand how it works. Right? Crypto will only be reduced to zero if everyone around the world agrees that it's worth zero, which I doubt that day will ever come. I would suggest, Max, that probably a bit more recent. Now, I'm not a massive crypto booster. People that have been watching me over the years, I'm not talking about crypto all the time. I'm not trying to sell you on some crypto. I'm not making money out of any. I'm not recommending some wallet or some whatever. Like, okay, there's none of that. I have no dog in this fight. But honestly, I think if you think crypto, particularly Bitcoin, I mean, there are individual cryptocurrencies and crypto coins that get released that are just a scam. That definitely happens. But if you think crypto as a concept is going to disappear, is going to go to zero, then you don't understand what it actually is. Right. So we're going to go to a break in about another 15 minutes, maybe a little bit longer, depending on this next sort of little bit. But I want to get really intensely practical now. Now, you've no doubt had conversations with other people who have been senators. You're thinking about the life of a senator. You're thinking about what might happen if you're actually successful and you actually do get elected. What are the actions that senators can take? I mean, just for background, for those that may be not aware for whatever reason, there are two houses in Parliament. There's the lower house called the House of Representatives. Whoever has the majority in the lower house creates government. The Prime Minister must come from the lower house. The Senate, or the upper house, is also referred to as the House of Review. And in order for legislation to pass, it has to get through both, right? But I've always had the perception, perhaps incorrectly, and I'm happy for you to correct me if I'm wrong, that a position in the Senate is a little bit weaker. You don't, being one senator, I mean, people talk about David, Lionhelm in the federal Senate, or David Limbrick and Tim Quilty in the Victorian state upper house. And they say, well, why didn't you stop this? Well, they're just one or two, in the case of Victoria, two upper house members that don't hold the balance of power. Like, what can you, at a practical level, what can a senator actually do to improve our situation?
Okay. Well, look, under the Australian Constitution, rightly or wrongly, the two set, and you're right, the Senate is referred to as the House Review, but they actually have constitutionally the same amount of power.
Right.
Now, the more sort of let's say you're someone like you're a 25-year-old Peter Costello, and you're a pretty talented type of a guy, pretty smart type of a guy. People are saying, you might be the Prime Minister one day, or you're Bob Hawke, or, you're someone on the make, Malcolm Turnbull. Well, they never go into the Senate because you can't be the Prime Minister or the Treasurer in the Senate. But besides that, you can be any other minister. You can be the Defence Minister. You can be everything, a Finance Minister. Okay, but you can't be the big two. The big two must be from the House. So that's the only reason why. Now, the power of the senator is actually twice as big as the person in the House, because there's half the number of senators. Now, this is where you ask practically. Okay, so there's 76 senators. Now, the Liberal Party and the Labor Party are going to have most of those. Okay, but it's very, very rare that either major party has a majority in the House and they have a majority in the Senate. Does happen
at the same time. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, at the same time. So what does that mean? It means that we have to get a bill through the Senate, you need 39 votes.
Right.
Now, let's say Labor's got 30, Liberal Nats have got 30. Okay, so then they need a crossbench. Now, there's usually there's always a handful of Greens. Hopefully that'll come to an end, but there is at the moment.
Yep.
Then there's always a few oddbods. There's Pauline Hanson and Malcolm, who are terrific, on most issues. Not fantastic sometimes on economic issues. But,
I agree with you.
Most of the time,
I'm a big fan of Malcolm Roberts, and I've had conversations with him about the economic side of things. I think they're weak economically. I don't think they understand economics, but in so many other areas, they are both correct and bold. They are willing to say what so many others are not.
Yes. I think that they do have naturally pro-business instincts, and they actually usually do the right thing on these things. But they will once or twice a year on a contentious bill disappoint us. But bloody hell, it's better than most of them. But on non-economic issues, they're usually terrific. Now, but then there's always oddbods. Okay, we've got Jackie Lambie. Yeah. We've got Rex Patrick at the moment. Seems like a pretty bright guy. Leans left, but he seems pretty bright. Unlike Jackie Lambie. And then now hopefully we'll have a few Liberal Democrats in there. Hopefully we'll have 6. Now, what that will mean is, now, if Liberal and Labor agree to pass a bill, well, there's not much we can do about it because they're going to get their 39%.
They're going to get it.
But and there is a lot of legislation that goes through Parliament which is not contentious. Might be fixing up something to do with the 1943 pineapple regulation act or something, and something just needs to be cleaned up. No one says, okay, well, that's fine. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But then the contentious stuff, okay, if we can be there, if the Freedom Caucus can be there, led by the Liberal Democrats, hopefully, we can say that we are not going to, we're going to side with the opposition and oppose this bill. We can basically be wreckers, and I'll be very happy to be a wrecker on the floor of the Parliament. I mean, look, my goal basically, Topher, will be to go to Parliament, and I'll say, look, I've got one goal here. That's to halve the size of the Australian government, because we can still turn it around here, the fiscal mess that we're in. We can. Yeah. We can turn it around in 2 terms. Now we need really bold leadership. We need Margaret Thatcher style leadership. We need Calvin Coolidge style leadership. Before Calvin Coolidge came in, there was a depression, 1919, 1920, just before Calvin Coolidge came. Well, in fact, he came in 1923 because he was the vice president. Warren Harding died of a heart attack, I think. But anyway, you can, with good leadership, turn things around quickly. And these debts, we can get the economy going at 4 or 5%. If the Freedom Manifesto, the Liberal Democrats' Freedom Manifesto is implemented, we're going to be back to 4 or 5% economic growth in this country. That's
worth talking about.
Yes,
that's worth talking about. I might put a pin in the Freedom Manifesto. We might come back to that after the loo break that we're going to have in about 10 minutes now. But actually, that's a really good thing to come back to, because you've released a few videos or a few specific policies around that. I think you've released the whole thing, but you've also been then promoting a couple of individual policies along the way. During the break, would you be kind enough to actually bring up the Freedom Manifesto on your computer so that you can talk us through it and we can discuss that? But you'll get a couple of minutes to do that in just a few minutes' time. Okay. So there are also a lot of things around, not committees. What are they called? There's the Senate estimates. Yes, the Senate, being a senator, carries certain opportunities. Whether or not you're specifically looking at those for your own strategy, can you talk us through a little bit about what the Senate can do? What are the options? What are the things that a senator could choose to get themselves involved in?
Okay, so what the senator can do is the head of the government departments have to go and give a sort of regular reports to the Senate, to Senate committees.
Right.
Might be on foreign affairs, might be on economics, okay, a whole range of things. And they can set up special committees. And it's almost like a court of law. And these top bureaucrats have to hand over documents, have to answer questions as fairly as possible. Because, I mean, the senators are representing the people of Australia, and this is a democracy.
Yes.
And these people these powerful bureaucrats get grilled, and they have to be very polite. And a lot of very good things can come out in those Senate. There's a bloody hell of a lot we want to come out. About the health department, and about all the COVID. Where I want to know, I'll tell you something I want to know. Very early on in COVID, like I'm talking March 2020, Josh Frydenberg comes out and gives this big solemn press conference with ScoMo at Parliament. Says the Treasury says we've got to borrow $156 billion. Okay, I want to know, where the hell did that come from? How did they just pull that out of their bum? Where we hardly knew what was going on, and why did we have to take the very worst case scenario? And I really want to know, why was that every government around the world saying the bloody same thing? Now they've got to hand over these documents. So I mean, we can, the more freedom senators we get in there, the more sort of leverage we can get. So I want to grill them on that. I want to I also want to in our Freedom Manifesto, we champion 3 royal commissions into COVID. Now, after there's been a big event like the bushfires, like 9/11, like the Iraq War, we have a big major inquiry into it. Okay, well, when are we going to have the big major inquiry into the biggest bloody thing in our life, which is called COVID madness? So when are we going to have this? Well, I hope we're going to have it. Now, you know what? The people who've been running the COVID show, they don't want to have a little COVID inquiry. Have we heard them talk about it? Have we said we're going to have the big? Remember, after 9/11, we had the 9/11 Commission. After John F. Kennedy got shot, we had the Warren Commission. These are like, big tomes. Good. Yeah, we need to get to the bottom of these big events. Okay.
Yeah.
When Diana died, I think there was a big parliamentary thing. Look at inquiry into this. Let's have a big one, hell of an inquiry into this bloody thing, this COVID stuff. So that's something that we can absolutely push. Yes.
Beautiful. Where do you stand? Just so that people can understand John Ruddick, future senator of Australia, future federal senator representing New South Wales. What is your position? And I assume it's consistent with the Liberal Democrats' position, but if there are any discrepancies, please point them out. What is your position on vaccine mandates, lockdowns, etc.?
Okay, well, look, I wrote an article for The Spectator called Why I Haven't Taken the COVID Vaccine. So if I haven't personally taken it, then I'm pretty anti the mandates.
Sure.
So look, I would say I think, you know, when the vaccines, look, what they did is in 2020, they wanted to destroy Trump. So they wanted to create this massive, massive crisis. And every 25 years, roughly, a bad flu comes along. Every year a flu comes along.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's a little bit worse than usual. And sometimes it's a little bit more mild than usual. And once every couple of decades, randomly, it can be really bad. It can be like 3 or 4 times worse than usual. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's what happened to happen in February 2020. Trump on the betting markets was like about $1.55 to get re-elected. Okay, he was looking pretty good because they had 2 Democrats who was led in the Democratic primary: Bernie the communist, Joe the geriatric. So they didn't have, and they just failed on the impeachment of Trump. The impeachment. I was in South Korea at the time, and it was it was about the 6th of February. The impeachments failed. They've got these 2 dills leading the Republican, the Democrat, but they had to destroy Trump. And then, I'm pretty sure it was just a coincidence, but I'm open to other suggestions. But I'm pretty sure it's a coincidence. As bad flu comes along, they make it 20 times worse than it was, and then they had to be our savior, and they had to be our savior through the vaccine. Okay, so then they then we hear, it was amazing, Topher. One day after Joe Biden is elected, is confirmed as the president. I know it was a contentious result, but once that all the world's media is saying Joe Biden has won, one day later, Pfizer comes out and says, "Oh, we've got the vaccine. We've got the vaccine." Okay. So now, then we were told at first, and you can dig it all up in the newspapers. One vaccine, done. This thing's beautiful. You won't get sick. You won't catch COVID. You won't transmit it. You definitely won't die. One vaccine, done. Took about 2 months later. Oh, well, actually, you probably need 2. You probably need 2. Yeah. Then it becomes, well, you definitely need 2. And then it's like, well, some people need 3, but might need 3. But then it's like, you definitely need 3.
Yeah.
And we've had this massive outbreak of COVID. Okay. Now, vaccines have been one of mankind's greatest inventions. They've done a hell of a lot of good for us. Okay. But they are potent little things, and they are, we have to be careful with them. And we have to, we normally have sort of 5 to 10 years of trials on these things, and they did sort of rush this one. Now let's hope it's going to be completely fine. And I don't know what the hell the vaccine is doing, because I'm a history student, okay, who runs a little finance business. So I'm not going to give you an opinion on whether the vaccine works or doesn't work, because I wouldn't know. I get a hell of a lot of information, and but in terms of, I just wish we could make vaccines private again. I think we should make medical records private again, as simple as that. When I first walked past a chemist about 10 years ago, it's got a sign out the front that says, "Come in for your flu shot." And I thought, gee, that's interesting. I hadn't even heard about that on the news. I didn't know there was a flu shot. And I thought about it. You know what I did? I thought to myself, most people I know used to sort of take the flu shot. We never talked about it. We never say you can't come to my party if you haven't had your flu shot. But I remember thinking when I first started, I thought, you know what? I don't think I will have a flu shot, because I just thought to myself, getting the flu is natural. It's part of, being a Homo sapien. And it's like, I thought, I just chose not to have it. And no one ever asked me if I had the flu shot or not. And that's how we should treat the COVID vaccine.
Yeah. Look, it's been really interesting to me. I've got family who are in the Victoria Police or in various other functions. I've got good friends who are in other functions again. And one of the things that consistently seems to surprise them is just how thriving the black market is. So I have had one legal haircut in 2 years. Now, I can assure you, I've had more than one haircut in the last 2 years, right? But this idea that, the government is going to tell you that you can only do X, Y, or Z, and this kind of comes back to the prohibition conversation we had early on, the United States, the prohibition of alcohol, the constitutional amendment that they passed. Was it the 14th Amendment? I can't remember, that they passed to prohibit alcohol. And it just doesn't work. And this idea that the government from the very top of society is going to make some rules and tell everybody else how they're allowed to live, and that everyone else is just going to follow along. And if we've banned something, then obviously no one can get it. Completely failing to look at their own prisons and the amount of drugs in their own prisons. This hubris that seems to come with these positions of power, where they believe that they have so much more power than what they actually have, so much more. They say something and then it just comes true magically somehow. I find that really confusing. In your experience, what types of personalities, what types of people are attracted to positions in politics and positions in power? I have a theory that it attracts pretty much the very last people that you would ever want to give power to. But I might be being a little bit harsh. Who is it that wants to be the prime minister?
I think it is a very good question. It's something I have dwelt on a lot. What is it that attracts these people? A lot of people to politics. Now, I think people who are not involved in politics, but just critical of politics in general, would say, they're just after power. They're just after power. I don't actually think that's true. They don't want power to do anything. You see these people get into parliament. They don't actually want. Margaret Thatcher wanted power. Ronald Reagan, because they wanted to do things. Gough Whitlam wanted power to do things. But most of the dregs in there today don't want power to do anything. What it is these are people who, for whatever reason, have this lust for public adulation. And they don't really care what it is. They just like, look, you could be some deadbeat backbencher in a state parliament, but if you walk into your local, if you walk into an event, they walk into like 3 events a day, everyone in the room will sort of, this might be in northern Tasmania or something. Everyone in the room, if you're the politician, the serving politician, everyone in the room will sort of turn and say,
that's him. Yes.
And they'll want to get a photo with them. They'll want to shake their hand. And those people will go back and they'll tell their partner or their friend, I met Billy Bloggs today. Oh, yeah. And these people just get a thrill out of it. And that is a lot of people who get attracted to the political world. Now, let's hope, Topher, there are also, ideally, the people that we want to be in parliament making these decisions are people who are thinking about the next generation. Now, it sounds corny, but I mean, look, I like to think that I have been someone from a very young age thinking, gee, I've always been fascinated by history, but I've only been fascinated by history because I want to know what the trajectory is for where things are going in the future. And I like to think, look, I bet there's a combination of in everybody. Obviously, there'd be a bit of ego in everybody, a lot of ego in some. But I mean, I like that the ideal politician is someone going to think, okay, well, look, let's make decisions about the society that's going to strengthen us over not just the next generation, the next century, and even we should also some of us should be thinking, what's things going to look like in the year 3000 AD?
Yeah, that forward thinking. Do you think that our democratic system, with sort of 3 or 4 year electoral cycles, depending on state or federal, etc., is it conducive to that? Are we somewhat to blame for the short-term thinking that we see from our politicians?
Well, as you said, we're in the Pax Americana, so it's like whatever America's talking about politically is what we talk about. They're talking about global warming. Our people will talk about global warming. We have the same type of scandals. There was a while ago, Britain. It's not just England. It's not just America. It's also London in a big way. I remember there was a few years ago, there was big expense scandals in the UK Conservative Party. And then lo and behold, Australian journalists have discovered that there's travel expense scandals in Australia. It was they just sort of like copy each other. But so look, I like having a shorter term, because it's meant to keep the politicians more in touch with the electorate. But it's look, we've got challenges, Topher, but I am overwhelmingly optimistic. We're in a bad moment right now. It's darkest before dawn. And I would also say one last thing, because I think you want to have a break in a second.
No.
The politics on the war on terror before Iraq went to hell in about 2006, the electoral politics of the war on terror was very positive for incumbents. John Howard had a big victory in 2004, got control of the Senate. George W. Bush got re-elected, and I think he
Yeah.
retained control of the Congress at the same time. Tony Blair got re-elected. They were the three big faces of the war on terror.
Yeah.
And they all went well. Now then Iraq goes to hell. They overreacted to 9/11. Should we have gone into Afghanistan after 9/11? Of course we should have. These bastards knocked down the World Trade Center. They were effectively the government of Afghanistan. They were certainly based there. Their mates were running Afghanistan. They were trying to blow up the Congress, which they came very, very close to doing, and the Pentagon. Of course, we should have gone to Afghanistan. Now, should we have tried to bring democracy to these people? Well, mate, that's a debate for another day. But we certainly shouldn't have gone into Iraq. Now, what we did is the right, the political right in the Western world, overreacted to 9/11. And at first it was positive, and then it turned to hell for them, turned to electoral shit.
Yeah.
John Howard got his ass kicked in 2007. And people say it's all global warming or Kevin. I reckon it was Iraq that he lost because it went to mass destruction. They pulled it out of their ass. They made it up. And then Tony Blair had to step down, and his party didn't get re-elected. George W. Bush left office as an extremely unpopular president. His Republicans got their ass kicked in the midterms in 2006. And then Barack Obama gets elected, basically, as we were saying before, pretty far left type of a guy. And it was because the right had overreacted. Now, what's going to happen? I believe the same thing's happening now. COVID politics, the left have been running COVID. The left have massively overreacted. And at first, that overreaction was popular politically. And I believe it is now turning. I think it's going to be a reverse. And I think, and the left used the overreaction to 9/11 as an excuse to, have Barack Obama as the president and do all the global warming stuff and everything, all the other left-wing crap that's been shoved down our throat for 15 years. And we can make this a rebirth of the liberty movement.
Well, see, I agree with the simile there. I disagree with whether we should have gone into Iraq, but that's perhaps a full debate that we should have at another time.
My name is Topher, to everyone that said I.
Sorry, I'm just loading up the video for the break there. Sorry. You had something you wanted to say?
I'm guessing you were anti going into Iraq.
I was very much in favor. Sorry, did I say Iraq? I meant Afghanistan. I agree with you on Iraq. I disagree with you on Afghanistan. I was in favor of both because that was at a time when I was Johnny Howard's little bitch. Anything that he said, I was 100% behind it. And I look at it very differently now. Just a quick anecdote. It so happens that I was in recruit course in Kapuka in Wagga Wagga when North Korea successfully tested their first nuclear bomb. And we knew for a fact that North Korea had the nuke. And the only outside media that we got was a half an hour of news during our dinner. And I remember that being on the screens and we're all scoffing down food and watching that because that's all we got. And looking at each other as this news came out. North Korea is, Kim Jong-il, as it was at the time, has detonated the bomb, and we know that he's got the nuclear bomb. And looking around that table, and we had that little edge of excitement. We're going to get sent into North Korea, and we're going to kick Kim Jong-il's ass. That was, and honestly, I was a part of that. I was a part of that sentiment and that thinking. And I look back on that with a mixture of amusement and horror. I mean, it just, I look back on who I was 20 years ago. Yeah. And I feel like I was a different human being, but I guess that's kind of life. I guess if you're living life, paying attention and learning as you go, you will look back on the past and shake your head and just think, oh gosh, who was I back then? But that was very much me. I was in favor of going into Iraq. I was in favor of going into Afghanistan. I would have been in favor of absolutely any deployment of our troops. All they would have had to tell me was that it was for our freedom. And I had volunteered. If they'd called up my unit and said, you're going in, I would have been one of the people on the front line. I was there. I was in the army.
You volunteered after 9/11?
Correct. Now, not because of 9/11. It was actually because two of my older brothers had been in the Army Reserves. And I'm the fifth out of 7 kids. And I've got this chip on my shoulder. And I had to go in and outdo them. That was why I actually did it. It was for the worst possible reasons. But nevertheless, I was in after 9/11. I was very ready to get sent into some far-flung country and go and kick ass. And I look back on that now, of course. I see it very, very differently to what I did then. What concerns me is, we look at what's playing out with Ukraine right now, and I don't know. I don't have any deep insight into Ukraine beyond what anybody else has, right? I'm not claiming to be an expert on the issue, but it concerns me to see so many people excited about the idea that we're going to go in and we're going to send troops in, and NATO needs to send troops in and the US need to send people in. We've got to support the US to get involved in another war, literally on the other side of the planet. I mean, it's very close. I mean, if you were to dig straight down from Melbourne, you would come out around about the UK, not that far away from the Ukraine. Like, it's pretty close to the opposite end of the planet. And the idea that we've got to just send our people in there to defend our freedom.
Yes. Well, it's complete crap. And it's just an extension of this anti-Trump mania. And they invented the whole Trump-Russian collusion delusion. And the left have just made that like part of their gospel, and they just can't let go of it. And so Putin has to be evil about everything. The truth is, I've been listening to this Russian podcast history, okay, and I'm up to about chapter 87. So I listen to every episode about 3 or 4 times. Okay, wow. So I've done a deep dive on my Russian history. Now, I am quite sympathetic to what Putin. I think Ross was on last week with you. I think he was mentioning the same thing. I'm quite sympathetic to Putin here on this situation, and where it's easy to demonize Putin because he's not like he acts like he's the president of or prime minister of Switzerland or Sweden or New Zealand, some very nice liberal democratic country. It's bloody Russia. It's Russia, which had the most horrible monarchs, the horrible czars. I mean, they were monsters. Okay, with some good ones, Peter the Great, but they all hated democracy. All those czars, they didn't believe in liberalization.
No, of course not.
Then we had the truly evil empire, the Soviet bloody boot. Okay, so the poor old Russian people, which have been yearning to have a liberalized lifestyle for a very long time, they were fighting for it, and they've just had a hell of a lot of bad leaders and bad luck, and then Putin comes along, and has brought some stability to the joint. They got all those nuclear weapons, and we want to go and threaten him. But anyway, I want to get back to you, Topher, and I want to ask you, tell me. It doesn't sound like we're far apart on things, but you're saying now that you would not be in favour of going into Afghanistan in 2001. And I want to know why you think that.
Well, the question is why. Did we go in to bring justice to the people that launched the attack on 9/11? And let's not forget that they were armed and trained by the CIA in the first place. Was it a reprisal? Was it a sense of justice? Or did we go in to democratize this country and to give them democracy whether they wanted it or not? Democracy by force, which is one of the most absurd concepts in military history. And I would say at first it was one, and then it became the other. We were told they were going in there to bring justice. And then all of a sudden the narrative switched. And it's a little bit like down here in Victoria. We were told 14 days to flatten the curve, and then the narrative switched to COVID 0. And we agreed to the first one, and we were never asked about the second one, right? Would I have supported some special operations against Al-Qaeda leadership and the specific individuals that we believed, rightly or wrongly, were responsible for the attack? I probably would still support that today. I am a believer in justice. I do believe that where violence is initiated by one person, that they should be brought to justice, whether they want to be or not. So I would potentially still support that. But to end up there for 20 years, not to mention the way that the US withdrew, let's leave that aside for a moment. Well, not for a moment, but for tonight. Let's leave that aside, okay? That happened right at the very end. But to get entangled there for 20 years of occupation, trying to force down their throats something that they neither appreciate nor understand, a democratic rule of the people, by the people, for the people. This is not something that they understood before we invaded, and this is not something that they came to understand at any point while we were occupying their territory. Now, I know many Afghani people, and they're beautiful people. I have nothing against the people of Afghanistan. But there is something about the political culture within Afghanistan and many countries around there. You can look at Pakistan, you can look at Iran, you can look at a lot of other countries in that region of Earth. They don't have 1,000 years of political history the way that we do, even though we're a relatively, young country in terms of the arrival of Australia. and before the Australians. But we're a relatively young country. That European 1,000 from that unsuccessful attempt to bring king under control. However, we still have that today. We have the Imperial Acts Application Act of 1984. It brings the Magna Carta into Victorian law, along with a bunch of other stuff in Victorian law. We have this heritage, and we spend an enormous amount of blood and treasure trying to convince these people. It's not like they wanted it, and we just had to give them the we actually found a situation where they were apathetic, and they didn't continue to spot and fortune.
My reception is getting bad, Topher. I don't know. Is it me or you?
I think it's me. Actually, should hopefully correct itself soon. So a lot of people. All right, that's what I'm going to play. Today and talk about freedom.
Preferential. And if you lobby and things are absolutely sick to death, I consider them all to be worse than useless. And this is the video that show you what to do about it. I'm going to go through a hypothetical election, a hypothetical federal system. We're going to talk about the lower house, how preferential voting works, how these votes move through, and how it can get interesting and why that is. The first thing you need to know is that it is the lower house, known as the House of Representatives, that decides who the minister is going to be. If the Labor Party have a majority, the Greens in the lower house after the election, Anthony Albanese will become the Prime Minister. If the Labor Party have a majority support of the Nationals, of course, then will become continue to be Prime Minister at that point in time. But here's the question for you. What if neither of them have a majority? What if neither the Green Colour nor the Liberal Colour have a right majority in the lower? What if we steal a few lower houses? Say we the freedom-friendly minor party. I'm not in any one specific one. I'm not advocate for one or the others in this video. I just want you to know what to do and how to support all of them. So some of them will get lucky in some and can make thousands of pounds. Albanese or Trump, they will have to negotiate with the MPs being elected for these freedom-friendly minor parties. So this include Nation, the Democrats, and there's a whole bunch of them. It doesn't matter which one's which. This particular example I'm going to give you, it doesn't matter which one's which. In a way, it doesn't matter which one wins. You just need to make sure that neither the Greens nor Liberal National have a right majority. The law indicates that already as much as 50% of voters have decided they are not going to vote for the National support. That already they might not go to that. And in addition to 50% going to vote for somebody else, there's another 10% that are undecided. So then we go the way of the independents or the independent parties, and we've seen 5% for freedom-friendly parties. Believe it or not, that's a lower house seat. Now, that sounds crazy because you have 50% plus one. You need a majority in just over half in order to win that seat. How could 35% out to 51%? The Australian Preferential preferential voting system. Let me give you an example. Here is a hypothetical the Liberal Party. We have 4 different unnamed freedom parties. The deal is it doesn't matter who they are, just that they are there. And there's lots of them, which make people think that they're being this splitting vote. True in representation, but it's not true in what's raised in the preferential voting. We've got Greens, of course, funding one independent.
Well, my connection just dropped completely. Okay, so apparently that was a really, really, really bad connection for you guys. I've lost 100 viewers over the last little while. I don't blame you. Apparently the connection was really bad. Can you just throw in a comment and let me know whether this is any better? We dropped out completely. Now I am back. I'm not getting a warning about my bandwidth anymore. So okay, it's all fixed now. It's clear now. So I'm getting told that it's come good. I don't know what happened there. I know the more conspiratorial among you have a theory on what happened there. I, of course, cannot confirm or deny that, but what I can say is that the connection is back. Yay! Okay, so what you saw was the first couple of minutes of the video that I released today, in which I used 1,000 marbles. I have not lost them. I know exactly where they are. They're on the table in the other room. I used 1,000 marbles to illustrate how the preferential voting system in the lower house for federal elections works. I'm going to do another one on Senate elections, and I look forward to doing that for you sometime. But that video is really, really, really important. So if you could please open up another tab, go to my Facebook page, go to my Instagram page, go to my YouTube page, whatever it is, however it is that you watch me, can you find that video, like it, comment on it, and share it? That is a really, really, really important video that if enough people see that video, we can really shake things up at the coming election. We can really give these the incumbents, the major parties, an absolute heart attack at the next election. We've never seen in Australian politics a shake-up, let's just say we've never seen as many people as what we have now being politically aware as what we've got now. And we need to use that. Now, the protests are fantastic. I've been there, I've been part of them, I've been supporting them. They're ongoing in Canberra. I haven't been a part of those, but thank you to everyone that has. That's important. But it only matters if it translates into political action. And that's really where my head is at. And that's really what I'm focused on. So that's what that video was about. So open up another tab, go to the Topher Field page on Facebook, on Instagram, on YouTube, find that video, like it, comment on it, share it. That is one of the most important things that I will do this year, second only to Battleground Melbourne, the documentary itself. Now I've got John Ruddick with me. He is the lead New South Wales Senate candidate for this upcoming federal election, which is potentially only a couple of months away. It has to happen by the end of May, I believe, is the deadline. So it's only about another 3 months to ensure that we really send a shockwave through Australian politics and send a message that they are not going to miss. So I'm going to bring John back on in just 2 seconds' time. We're going to talk about the Freedom Manifesto. This is something that the Liberal Democratic Party, that's the party that he's standing for, the party that I'm a member of, the Liberal Democrats have released this thing called a Freedom Manifesto. And I kind of want to go through that and make sure that we understand what it is that these guys are on about, because there is a perception, and a justifiable perception, that all politicians are the same. They're all the same. There's no point. Who cares who gets into power? They're all the same. And honestly, between Labor and Liberal, Nationals and Greens, all 4 of those, I would actually agree with you. I don't think that there is a major practical difference between them. But I think as we go through the Freedom Manifesto, we're going to start to see actually there can be a difference. There isn't a difference between the ones we keep electing, but we do actually have a choice, and we can elect people where there is a real difference. So I'm going to bring John back on right now. John, I've caught you mid-mouthful. That's my favorite thing to do, is to try and embarrass people. Were you able during the break to load up the Freedom Manifesto?
I do. I've got it here.
Excellent. I would love to talk through that piece by piece, and not just from a political point of view of, oh, this is what my party stands for, but I want to go deeper than that into the why. Okay. What is it that each of these pieces of the Freedom Manifesto actually means? Why is it in there in the first place? And what is it about libertarian philosophy that gives rise to that particular point of view? So, John, take it away. What is the first point in the Liberal Democrats' Freedom Manifesto?
Okay, well, look, I'll sum it up. It's about a 30-page PDF. It's been downloaded a ton of times. I meet people every day. People ring me up, or I go to a Freedom March every single day. People say, John, I've become a Liberal Democrat because I read the Freedom Manifesto. We're really proud.
Brilliant. Brilliant.
I'll sum it up in 4 words. Small state, big citizens. We believe in having, like I said, a night watchman government. We want strong, vibrant citizens, big citizens, where we see people where people reach their maximum potential. That's what we want to encourage, a laissez-faire society, which that term gets criticised. We've only had a few laissez-faire societies in the modern world. We've had America in the late 19th century, and in the 1920s was a laissez-faire society, and things were good.
America has not been a laissez-faire society for a very long time now. You cannot judge it by what's happening in America now. No,
that's right. But when they had in the late 19th century, a lot of mankind got lifted up by what those entrepreneurs of America did. We get to write it as robber barons, but they were they built things like railway lines and telecommunication lines, roads and bridges. Now and all the household products are weird. A little thing called light bulbs, electricity.
That little thing, that never really took off, did it? That was just a bit of a flash in the pan.
Those evil robber barons and all the good that they've done. Now, there's a few other little examples. The British Empire was very much was very proudly a free trade empire, and that's why it did a lot of good for the world. Now then, two other good little examples are Singapore and Hong Kong.
Right.
Hong Kong has fallen, but Singapore and Hong Kong up until recently were, Singapore still is a very strictly low tax society. In my business, I often meet successful Australians. They ring me up. They say, John, we've relocated to Singapore, and they love it. Now, obviously, there's a lot of benefits.
Let me add some specificity around that. Singapore specifically does not tax foreign earned income.
Right.
So what they've done, so if you are actually a Singaporean living in Singapore, your taxes are lower than what they are here, but not amazing. They're better, but not incredible. Okay. And obviously that's how the Singapore government generates its revenue, is through the local economy within Singapore itself. What they've done is they've designed an offshore income tax system to try and attract people the likes of Gina Rinehart, who lives in Singapore, who earns all of her money outside of Singapore. And I think it's either tax-free or it's 1% or some very, very low taxation amount. Very, very attractive for those people. So they move to Singapore. They become residents in Singapore. They bring all their income into Singapore because they have to do that. If they leave it in Australia, it gets taxed in Australia. If they leave it in the US, it gets taxed in the US. They have to bring it into Singapore. And that's what makes Singapore so incredibly wealthy, is the fact that they're attracting these individuals who are earning enormous amounts of money all over the world, and they're given an incentive to bring it to Singapore.
Singapore is, it's really sort of the last remnant of the British Empire in the 19th century, where we were proudly laissez-faire, and it's just a tiny speck of land.
Yeah,
you can barely see it on the world map.
And Hong Kong was the same. And yet both of them financially, in the business world and the financial world, punched way above their weight, purely on the decisions of their politicians, purely on the policies they pursued.
Absolutely. Singapore broke away from Malaysia when Malaysia was sort of 50-50 to go communist. And
Yeah.
the Singaporeans, the Chinese Malays, they said, we don't want anything to do with this communism. But
Yeah.
anyway, there's more to that story. But okay, so we believe in the look. I want to go through the points. I'm excited about the Freedom Manifesto.
Yep. No, let's do it. Let's do it.
When I proudly wrote the first draft now, and we came up with the idea of what are we going to call this thing. We could have called it the Liberal Democrats 2022 Federal Election Policy Platform. Well, that would have put people to sleep. That's right. Thank you. Yeah. So I imagined somebody on the train from Parramatta to the city, 10 past 8 in the morning. They're trudging off to their work. They're scrolling through their iPhone. They see on Twitter or Facebook, the Liberal Democrats have come out with a Freedom Manifesto. And I thought, well, that'll grab their attention. I want to have a quick look at that. Yeah. And I thought, look, the word manifesto sort of did get sullied by a certain Karl Marx and then the Unabomber. But the word itself is still a neutral word. It's basically.
Oh, no, excuse me. I'm sorry. Have you not been listening to God himself, Justin Trudeau, who has declared that the word freedom is now a right-wing buzzword? I'm sorry. No, you can't have that word anymore. It's been claimed. It's been claimed by the left as a harbinger of evil. You must abandon the word.
I had missed that. It's extraordinary what's happening in Canada. We will get back to that, I'm sure. Now,
I would like to, but let's do this first.
So we thought, look, we're a little party, hoping to become a bigger party.
Of course.
We can't have a policy on everything, but we did want to focus on the 10 things that we think are very, very important. So the first point in our Freedom Manifesto was called Freedom from COVID Alarmism.
Sorry. Can I just stop you here? You've missed an amazing opportunity. You could have called this 10 things I hate about you in reference to the government. Seriously, yes. How did you... Dude, no, I'm sorry. The chat's over. It's been great talking to John. He missed the opportunity. We're done. We're finished. Bye. Sorry.
So look,
you had a much more serious point to make than me.
Okay. Freedom from COVID alarmism. We don't need to dwell on that. I'm sure the highly intelligent viewers of the Topher Field slow chat know our views on COVID, but we were saying, look, we don't want to just wind this thing up or like phase it out. We want to have it absolutely reversed.
Yeah.
You know, the QR codes, the mandatory vaccinations, the whole bloody lot. We want to end everything. Okay, so that's point one. And we include the thing in there. We're calling for 3 royal commissions. Okay, so that's easy. Now the next one is, but we didn't want to, we didn't want to be a single party, like a single issue party.
And this, can I stop you? This is one of the things I respect about the Liberal Democrats. There are other parties that are really good from a freedom perspective. They're really good on individual issues, legalizing hemp or whatever it may be. But there is a very big difference between a party that has a single issue versus a party that takes itself seriously enough to say, no, we actually have to have a policy platform that is broad enough to be a government platform. And the Liberal Democrats have taken that approach, and I respect that. So please continue.
So the next one we wanted to talk about is what we've called recall elections, which is about basically saying we're proposing 3 things. We're proposing voluntary voting. Now, it is unusual for a democracy to compel citizens to vote. I think there are some other democracies that do it, but not many. Okay, so in the other democracies that we're most familiar with, the US and the UK, it varies, but you typically have sort of 60 to 65% of people voting. That means about 1 in 3 people are not voting. So you think of all political tragics like you and me in the lead up to a US presidential election. We're glued to cable news and the internet all day for about 3 months beforehand. Okay, but 1 in 3 Americans, they say, no, I'm not interested. Or they might be saying, I am interested in politics, but I don't like either of those candidates. And that's a good thing. And
or they may be acknowledging, you know what, I actually don't know enough.
Yes, that's right.
That's another reason why someone may choose not to vote.
I'm interested. I'm watching it. I don't really know who's the best. I want to look at, and this will be young people, honest young people, in many, many cases. Now, the really bad knock-on effect of a compulsory vote, which we'll all become accustomed to in Australia, because it's been around for a very long time, is that our political leaders, the amazing ScoMo and Albo, they know that they're going to become Prime Minister or lose.
One of them will. Yeah, that's what they think. Yep.
Yeah, because they just got to get 51%. So let's say 40% of people are going to vote Coalition, or 40% are going to vote Labor. They just got to get that apathetic lot in the middle. So they don't want to come out with a bold agenda. They just want to sort of, be like ScoMo, say, "Oh, I love the Cronulla Sharks, and I'm having a drink in the pub with the boys because I'm just like you. I'm just an ordinary person like you." Yeah. So now, if we have voluntary voting, what it means is someone like ScoMo and Albo, they got to do two things. They got to chase the middle, obviously. They got to get their base motivated too. That's just as important. In fact, it's more important. You can't win the middle if your base isn't on side. The golden rule of politics is don't betray your base. ScoMo has betrayed his base. Now, so what we're saying is,
I agree.
We want the political leaders to have to win over their base and win over the middle. Okay, so the next one we're saying with recall elections is we want to say that, which a mature democracy, modern democracy does, we give the citizens the right to recall a member of parliament or even an entire government if a certain number of people, a certain threshold, sign a petition calling for a fresh election. Now, this is a good thing to do. Now, this is we had one. Look, there has been in the last 20 years, last 16 years, there's been two in California.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is not a new idea. This is something that we see in other political systems around the world.
We do. Go and type recall election into Wikipedia, and there's been about at least 100 recall elections in the history of the United States. Now, that's not that many. Okay, people who are critical of recall elections says, "Oh, that'll be frivolous. We'll have elections all the time." No, that's not true. It's hard to get 10% of whatever it is of the entire electorate to say, "I want to trigger a new election."
Because again, it's voluntary. It's voluntary whether they show up to vote in support of the recall in the first place. There's 50 states in America, so 100 recalls in the history of of the USA as an independent country. You're right; it's not that many.
And it's not. It can backfire. Let's say you and I wanted to start a recall election to dismiss Dan Andrews, and the law says we can do that, but we need 10% of all of Victoria to sign the petition saying we want a fresh election. I reckon you probably would have got that, okay? But
if we didn't, what would that say?
Well, what if you got the 10%, you triggered a recall election, and he goes and wins again, okay? Which is what happened in California a year ago. It strengthens them, Gavin Newsom.
Yeah,
so
in California right now, Gavin Newsom, he survived the recall election.
Now, a lot of the recall elections will be for an individual member of parliament, okay? And again, the people who are anti this particular member of parliament, they can go through all that effort, and it does take effort to get a big petition, and the signature's got to be verified.
Yeah.
But then we say, but then if it fails, if that politician gets re-elected like Gavin Newsom did, well, he's now walking around stronger than he was.
Okay? Oh yeah.
Now then the other thing we said, and we've just got to recall. Oh yes. Right. Okay. Now, for 30 years, I was a big believer in citizens-initiated referendum, right? Which is where, again, we get a petition. Let's say it's 10%. Get 10% of the population to sign a petition saying, we want a referendum on introducing a particular law. Let's say it's legalizing pot.
Sure.
So we have it, and this is what's happened in America. They often, every time there's a presidential election, there's often in the various states, in addition to voting for who you want to be president, there is a vote on, do you want to do this or do you want to do that? Okay. And if a majority says yes in that referendum, there's a new law imposed, which is not a law passed through the Congress. It's a law, the state Congress, whatever it is. It's just a new law. Okay.
It's tantamount to a change to the Constitution here in Australia. If we were to look for an equivalent, the closest equivalent would be a referendum on the Constitution that is above the pay grade of our elected politicians.
Yes. Now, I had been a supporter of citizens-initiated referendum, and that's what I originally had in the Freedom Manifesto.
Right.
John Humphreys is the founder of the Liberal Democrats, and he is the president of the National Liberal Democrats, and he is an academic at Queensland University, and he is a super-duper smart dude.
Mm.
And he told me I'm wrong about citizens-initiated referendum, and he convinced me that he was right.
Okay, can you please go into that? Because I know, John, but we've never discussed citizens-initiated referendums before. So what was his reasoning? Because I would be with you.
Yeah. He says we're not going to support citizens-initiated referendum. We're going to support citizens-initiated veto. So what he's saying is, yes. So if the Parliament passes a law, and the people don't like it, we're going to then have the citizens are going to have the right to petition. If they get the petition, then they can have a referendum, not on introducing a new law, but on striking down a law, like the Julia Gillard's carbon tax. Okay?
Well, this is what the Governor General is supposed to do. Once legislation has passed both houses of Parliament, it goes in front of the Governor General or the Governor of a state, with the idea being that they have the final veto. They are the final quality control mechanism to stop bad legislation. In practice, it doesn't work that way. The Governor General is a cushy job, highly paid, very respected, very good for the ego. And people, once they get given that job and they're given by the elected government of the day, the last thing they're going to do is rock the boat and reject legislation. So in practice, that doesn't work. Citizen-initiated veto, that is interesting.
It is.
I'm going to have that chat with John.
John Humphrey's explained. You should get him on. He's brilliant. Now, what he's saying is, he says, look, you're creating a third chamber of Parliament if they can introduce new laws. We're libertarians. We want less laws, not more laws.
Yes, okay.
And he said, look, if the people come up with some stupid idea, and they will, okay, I mean, we do believe in representative democracy. We do believe we are entrusting through our Parliament wise people to make laws.
Yes.
People will occasionally come up with a stupid law.
Yeah.
And John Humphreys is saying, look, and the Freedom Manifesto is saying, look, what we're going to do is we're going to give the people the power to veto an existing law. And I thought, well, you've sold me. So that's what's in there.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's that took 30 seconds. You've sold me.
Yeah, same with me. I got it. Okay, the next one we call our debt and deficit policy. Okay, so we have a little graph showing just how much debt has exploded since Kevin Rudd got elected. And, when Kevin Rudd got elected, there was basically no Commonwealth debt, maybe a ton.
Yeah, correct.
20 billion or something. Okay. Still got to have a bond market. Now, then Rudd comes in, the GFC comes in, and Rudd and Obama loved the GFC or the subprime crisis.
Yeah.
They loved it. Yeah, don't let a crisis go to waste, all that stuff.
Yes.
But Rudd, who I was horrified with all of his. We should have let those Wall Street banks crash in 2008. That's what we should have done.
I agree.
And you know what would have happened? We would have had a sharper recession, but we would have got it out of the system, and we would have recovered with strength. We would have had more unemployment for a brief period. And what we did is we bailed out all those Wall Street banks. We got ourselves into dreadful debt. No one was even. It kept going up even after the crisis passed. And then COVID comes along, and here we are. Now, we should have had the guts, and people were saying it at the time. Libertarians were saying it at the time. Let the banks crash. And it was only a few banks. Let's not bail them out. And that's what Ronald, in 1987, had its massive, it was the biggest stock market crash in history in 1987, bigger than 1929, in terms of the percentage fall of the Dow Jones and all ordinaries, all around the world. And Ronald Reagan, who was at his peak, he says, "What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" He said, "I'll just let the market find its natural bottom," and then we recovered with strength. Anyway, so we've got this debt. So what we're saying is, we're saying on our first point about how we're going to cut the debt and deficit, we're going to have an immediate 10% cut to all Commonwealth government spending across all departments, bar defence.
Yep.
Somebody called John Howard did that in his first budget in 1996.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to cut just cut, and then the government departments can work out how they're going to find it.
There is a lot of fat there. They'll scream bloody murder, but there is a lot of fat there.
Well, we can get rid of all the diversity causes, and there's a ton of that crap.
Okay, and, actually, hang on. This may come up in a later point in the Freedom Manifesto, and if it does, then please tell me. We'll postpone it till then. But what about the duplication between federal and state? there is a federal education department, but they don't hire a single teacher. The actual teaching is done at a state level. It's a duplication of, health, education, a bunch of other areas. We have just outright duplication of departments. Is that covered under this point?
It's our third point under deficit.
Right.
Abolish duplicate departments. We give that a very example about schools and hospitals.
Sure.
But we're also saying so John Howard said a 10% cut, and it was a good thing. Now then, we're also saying after that, a 1% cut every year in real terms of all government spending until the debt is basically down to zero. So, that'll make the economy really pick up its growth with putting more money into the private sector. So we think.
Hang on, that will only work if it's matched with tax cuts. It's the tax cuts that make the difference to the private sector. Reductions in spending are nice, but if there's no change to the tax rate, look, I'll hear you out. I'll listen through all of them, and then we'll sort of go through them. But I'll note that as an objection. Yeah.
Well, you'll love the third point. But just on this debt deficit, we're saying obviously defund ABC and the SBS, abolish ordinary state advertising, abolish subsidies for renewable energy.
On advertising, the Victorian government alone spends over $100 million a year advertising itself to the Victorian people. That's insane.
So I think we can probably find about $100 million cut just there. Topher.
I reckon we can rationalise that just a little bit. Yeah, maybe.
Another, what about all the money that Dan Andrews and these bloody premiers spend on polling, COVID polling?
Oh, gosh.
Their policy should be. That's one of the most shocking things in this whole COVID thing. Okay, so we're also saying abolish taxpayer funding of political parties. Now, look.
Yes. Okay, most people don't know this. Can you tell us, how do taxpayers fund political parties?
As long as you get about 4% of the vote in any electorate, the taxpayers, look, it's going to give the political party about $2.50. So the Liberal and the Labor
per vote.
Thank you. So the Liberal and the Labor Party, after the election, their biggest donor is the Commonwealth taxpayer, who gives them a $10 million ish in that vicinity, saying, Bob Hawke introduced it. It's just complete crap. The political parties need to stand on their own 2 feet, but they get this massive taxpayer-funded subsidy. Now, are the Liberal Democrats going to take that money if we get elected? Well, probably, because we've got to get the strength to sort of end all this crap. Okay, and if the other parties are doing it, we've got to.
Let me speak to that. The business that I mentioned earlier, the go-karting business, that is underpinned by some patents that I hold on intellectual property, some ideas that I had 5.5 years ago to do some things in ways that have never been done before. Now, I actually disagree with intellectual property. I actually disagree. I'm verging so close to being an anarcho-capitalist. I actually disagree with the existence of patents. But here's the thing. I live in a world where patents exist and where they are used against me all the time. And for as long as I live in that world, I will engage with that world on its own terms. And I actually agree with the Liberal Democrats. If you live in a world where political parties are paid for earning votes, you ought to then participate in that world on its own terms, whilst campaigning to change it and make it better. I'm with you on that.
Thank you. Well, it's look, I feel very awkward about it, but you've summed it up well. So because if we get that money, it will help bring the whole thing to an end sooner rather than later. And you know what? The reason why our political parties are such rotten institutions, because they get all this massive taxpayer-funded cash. Now, if they got no taxpayer-funded cash, what they would then have to do, they would actually force them to become far more democratic internally, because they're going to need 100, 200,000 members, aren't they?
They would need actual real people to be willing to reach into their own pockets to fund their operations. Exactly. And that is a challenge they do not want to face.
Now, I think policy number 4 on our Freedom Manifesto is going to be right up your alley, Topher. It's a nice, easy one. Low flat taxes. So what we're saying, 20% income tax on individuals with a $40,000 tax-free threshold.
Okay.
So somebody's a young kid, ambitious, working hard.
Yep.
They're only earning $35,000. They keep the flaming lot. Then they go. Now, the beautiful thing about a flat tax is so many accountants are above average intelligent people. They're smart people. good people, and there's a ton of them, right? Ton of them. Because the system's so friggin' complex, okay? You need it. You need someone who spent the whole life, the Income Tax Assessment Act, when I was at university and studied it, it was like these 2 big volumes, right? Big. And I hear now it's like, like doubled in size since then.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Yeah.
Yes. Now, so what we're saying is 20% income tax, and a $40,000 tax-free threshold. Nice and simple. Now, the best, let's see, every couple of years, people like Joshy and Scotty come along and say, oh, yeah, we're in our budget, we're delivering tax cuts. Oh, yeah, we're the low tax party. It's all a lie. It's 100% lie. They're catching up with bracket creep.
Yes.
And that's what they're doing. And bracket creep is 100% inevitable when you do not have a flat tax. So you can, Scott Morrison can say, oh, we're gonna make the second highest tax bracket $200,000. Well, I mean, the way inflation's going, that's kind of.
I need to define bracket creep for a second. I did a video on this many, many years ago, but I don't expect anyone to go back and watch that. So bracket creep is where inflation and wages are rising at, well, in my opinion, real inflation right now is actually between 12 and 15%. But that's my opinion, right?
Yes.
So wages are rising at, say, 5% per annum, 6%, 8% per annum if you're lucky, right? And that's pushing you up into a higher tax bracket because the tax brackets are indexed to CPI at best. Sometimes they're fixed and they don't even move at all. And so just by having your income keep up with inflation, you find yourself pushed with more and more of your income moving into this higher tax bracket. Now, I want to say something here because time and time again has made a worthy comment. Flat tax me harder, right? Because I've been in the libertarian community long enough to know what that means, right? So listen, do not let perfect be the enemy of good. I would love to live in a country where there are no taxes. Yeah. I think that that's the way it ought to be. But do you realize that that is not politically viable? It's just not possible. And a party that goes to the election and says we're going to abolish all taxes and as a result we're going to abolish all spending because we've got no revenue to pay for it is not going to be elected. The test for me, and I'm in the libertarian community, there's these big arguments about anarcho-capitalism versus like full anarchism versus minarchism versus libertarianism. How big should the government be? What different things should they do? I don't give a fuck because we're arguing about whether we should be here or here or here, when in reality, we're over fucking here. Can we please stop arguing and get on board with bringing ourselves from here to maybe here? Can we just work together on that project, please? Right? I don't think a flat tax is where we want to be or where we ought to be, but is it a step in the right direction? Yes, it is.
I don't understand this comment. So this little thing, that person flat tax me harder. Yeah. They are being critical of a flat tax. Is that correct?
That's my interpretation. I might be wrong. Okay. Right. I don't mean to do a disservice to the person who made the comment. But that is my interpretation given the context of it, yes.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we believe, look, now, what will happen under a flat tax situation is this. Let's say somebody's on $1 million. At the moment, they will pay about $400,000 in income tax.
Yeah.
And under the flat tax model, they're going to be paying about $200,000 in income tax. A little bit less because of the tax-free threshold.
Yeah.
So that millionaire is now going to have.
Okay, sorry, I've misunderstood. He was actually supporting it.
I see.
So I apologize to time and time again. Okay. However, my point still stands. There are people who criticize people like the Liberal Democrats and people like myself for advocating for halfway steps. So apologies time and time again. Thank you for clarifying your position. However, let's continue to talk about this because there is this tension within the libertarian world of absolutists who want nothing but everything. And then people like yourself and myself who are a little bit more pragmatic.
Here we are. Yes. I think an important point in trying to get the public to agree to the virtues of a flat tax, what the left will say is it's going to make millionaires richer. And that is true. I mean, they're going to have under $1 million, they're going to be having about an extra $200,000 put in their pocket.
Yep.
Now, what we need to say, I am not a particularly religious person. I'm interested in it. That Bible is a ancient book with a lot of ancient wisdom in it. It's got a little thing in it called the 10 Commandments. Don't
Sure.
kill. Yeah, tell the
Don't
truth.
steal. Yep. Yep.
Don't steal. There's a very, and this is an ancient book, a very influential book, in my view, a very good book. Okay, even if it's just had no divine imprint, even if it was just a history book, it's a good book.
Sure. Sure.
One of those 10 Commandments, which barely gets any attention, is don't covet your neighbor's possessions. In other words, do not be envious. Okay.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, it doesn't do you any good if you're sitting there being grumbling that the person earning $1 million has now got an extra $200,000. Because what are they going to do with that extra $200,000? They're going to go out to restaurants. They're going to employ more staff. They're going to put a renovation on their home. They're going to pay someone to do it. They're going to buy a new car. They're going to pay someone to do it. Okay. Now, even if they go and just put it through the pokies, which some people will. Okay. Some people will. It's still, it's at the moment that $200,000 is going to the government departments who are doing some good things, some positive things. It could be argued, okay, but I mean, there's a hell of a lot of waste. Okay, so we love the flat tax. Okay, and it's gonna, I think Malcolm Turnbull sort of when he was a backbencher, he came up with some tax policies. Now,
can I pause you before you move on to the next one? I want to talk about this for a second because you mentioned the accountants. Yeah. One of the things that is underappreciated in general knowledge is that every tax comes with more cost than just the tax. Oh, yeah. If I owe $10,000 in tax, but I also have to pay an accountant to figure out for me how much I owe because it's too complicated, now I owe him $1,200 as well. Now, that $1,200 doesn't go into the government's pocket to spend. Even if you're a defender of government spending, but they're spending it on good things, infrastructure and welfare and healthcare and these important things. That $1,200 is lost. That is kind of the cost of the system itself. Now, right now, the cost of running the system is incredibly high. Look at the budget that is spent on the Australian Tax Office every year. Just running the office that calculates what people owe and prosecutes people and investigates people if they think, and are often wrong, that they haven't paid enough. There is an enormous amount of loss there. The inefficiency. If I paid $100 tax and $100 got spent on the streets outside my house, I would be less pissed off. I'd still be a bit pissed off, but I would be less pissed off. The reality is I spend $100 in tax and less than $50 of that actually gets put to work. More than half of what I pay in tax is lost in the churn of me paying accountants, the government paying its various bureaucracies and departments. Less than half of what I pay in tax actually gets put to work in the first place.
It is so true. And then the government feeds on itself, and all the government employees got to go and have an annual conference, and they got to have gender and diversity inclusion seminars.
Look at local councils. Look at local councils shamelessly putting up rates while they send the entire council over to China or Europe or America or wherever else on these sister city programs and investigating and learning about the best practice worldwide. It's absolute bullshit.
And the truth is, most of these people, public servants, are again pretty intelligent people, and we want them to be doing something productive for the country. Yes. So it's not a war on public servants. The fact is, we're actually the public servants' best friends. We want a hell of a lot less of them because we want them doing something in the real world. And I believe most these people that are earning, $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 in Canberra for some public service jobs, they're smart cookies. They're smart cookies. They could be doing something much better, much more productive. The churn is a big part of it. Now, so we've got to overcome the envy thing. Okay, because the left, Anthony Albanese, going to say you're just going to make the rich people poor. We're going to wear that. We say, that's what's going to happen. But more importantly, the poor will become richer. Okay, they will become more in a much more material way. And so we believe the same thing about company tax.
Okay, so
we believe a 20% flat company tax rate for big ends. We don't believe in differentiating. A simple tax system or a complex tax system, which we obviously have now, I mean, so much energy is put into tax minimization. Big accounting firms set up for tax minimization. Look, people aren't going to be too fussed about minimizing their tax at 20%, are they? What they
Certainly
are,
a lot less than what they are now at 47 plus the Medicare levy. Yeah.
if people think if I make $1, I keep 80 and I pay 20, they're going to be thinking about how can I make another $1? That's where their mental energy is going to be. How do I make $2? How do I make $3? But if as you say, we're paying close to 50 cents in the dollar, a lot of mental energy is not going to how am I going to grow the business? How am I going to create life? How am I going to employ new people? No, it goes into I've got to minimise all this freaking tax.
How am I going to minimise the tax? Can I bring up John Humphreys again, who we mentioned a little while ago, one of the genuinely one of the greatest minds that we have in Australia right now, in my opinion. He introduced me to the concept of the Laffer curve. Now, the Laffer curve was a guy who looked at tax revenue mapped against tax rates. And he realized something. If you have a 0% tax rate, you're going to get zero revenue because there's a 0% tax rate. Doesn't matter how much money someone makes, they don't pay any tax. At the other end, if you have a 100% tax rate, you're also going to make no revenue because who's going to bother doing any work? Who's going to bother generating value and income if all of it is going to be taken off them? So at both ends of the Laffer curve, you have a zero tax revenue. Somewhere in between those 2 points, you have peak revenue, where there is enough of an incentive for people to do the work, right? And also enough revenue, or the maximum amount of revenue for the government. It so happens that right now, the Laffer curve, the peak on the Laffer curve, is well below where we are in Australia at tax rates. What that means is putting aside what's right and what's wrong, what's moral and what's not, whether the government should or it shouldn't, putting aside all of that, just looking at what tax rate will lead to the best outcome for the Australian government and for state governments, the answer is lower than where it is right now. That's the answer. And the Laffer curve has shown that conclusively. If we reduced taxes in Australia, government revenue would actually go up.
Well, Topher, people are going to think that we are colluding here, but because you preempted, you had perfect timing on.
Is that right?
Duplicate departments. On our very next page, we have a big half of the page is the Laffer curve.
Oh, really? In all honesty, I have not gone through the Freedom Manifesto in detail. I've only looked at the individual slides that have been released, which I think I've only seen 4 of them. So in all honesty, there is no collusion here, but there is a reason why I'm a financial member of the Liberal Democrats and why John Ruddick is running for the Liberal Democrats. We are birds of a feather.
We do. Yeah, well, that is very, very true. So we've got so we've got the Laffer curve spelling it out nice and clearly for people. So yes, it's a powerful example. And what you just said, I hadn't thought of before, which is even if you are a socialist, even if you want the government to have as much money as possible, we're actually better. You'll get more if we cut taxes. So,
and I love it when people bring up Sweden and Denmark as examples of successful socialism because they have incredibly low regulation on business. Yes, they have relatively high taxes and they have very large social programs, but they know where the money comes from.
Interesting.
They're not freaking idiots. They understand that if you don't have a vibrant, successful, profitable private sector, then you will not have tax revenue to pay for your social programs. And that's what I feel like we're missing in Australia. We are envious of the private sector, and yet we expect them to pay for all of the social programs. You cannot have both.
Well, that's interesting about Sweden because they are obviously successful. Scandinavian countries are successful.
Yeah.
They do have high tax rates, but that's very interesting. You're saying that they fairly deregulate.
Very low regulation on businesses. Yeah.
I wonder whether they have a very powerful public broadcaster like the BBC or the ABC.
Don't know. I can't answer that. I have no idea.
Hopefully they don't, which would be awesome. Okay. Now, another thing, our policy 5 is voluntary superannuation. Now, people were saying, some people might say, why don't we just abolish superannuation? Well, you know what? This is the truth about superannuation. Maybe that is the ideal. Okay. However, I think most countries have some type of tax benefit for retirement planning. And it's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing. So people can say, look, if I earn $100 a week, I can put $5 into this particular account. It gets taxed less, but I can only use it for super. Okay, if it's voluntary. Now, we could have gone through. I mean, yeah, there is no part of personal financial services which is more complicated, more regulated, more endlessly fiddled with than stupid superannuation. Okay. Now, in my little business, I see it all the time. The people who've done very, very well out of superannuation are, and someone's, yes, Macca, so the self-managed super fund is just incredibly hard.
Yeah.
Now, I'll tell you who benefits out of it, though, Macca. Really wealthy people. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
It's not. That's okay. Now, and really wealthy people are benefiting out of super. Now, what we did not want to propose more changes to the superannuation. It's like more. There's all these incredibly. You've got to be a genius to stay on top of it all, right? Now, what we said is, look, let's just keep the whole flaming monolith in place. Let's not change. Let's not change it anymore. One little change. We'll just make one little change. Mary Sue can be out there working at the Parramatta factory, whatever it is, and she can say to the employer, look, my daughter's wedding's coming up in 2 years' time. I want to take my superannuation as income, and I'll pay normal PAYG tax. I don't want it to go into super. And she should have discretion to do that. Now, but more, there'll be also in examples, you might have a 21-year-old person, a recent migrant to this country. They've come out here because they want to start a business. They want to leaving some failed hellhole. They want to get places. They want to be in business. Okay. Now, does that person want to? They might be on a low income. Do they want to put some of their income towards their retirement in 50 years when they hope to be worth $100 million? No, they want every single little last cent they can get to start their little business. Might be a shoe shining business or whatever.
That's right.
We would say there's a whole range of reasons why people may want to take superannuation voluntary. Now, I suspect that most people, but it'll be interesting to find out. I suspect most people will probably say, "Oh no, I'll just keep paying my super. It's forcing me to save for my super. It's not a bad." Yeah, okay. I don't know. You might be right.
My gut goes the other way, and neither of us has any evidence, right? So this is purely purely a debate about, and probably heavily biased by our own inclinations and the people that we know. I know an enormous number of people that are struggling to save a deposit on a house, for example. That a 12.5% boost in their actual take-home income would be massive for their saving efforts. I know a lot of people who are trying to start small businesses, and they're running into two things: a lack of capital and massive, ridiculous overregulation. Overregulation, we'll put that to one side because that's not the topic at hand, but actually saving the money to take a punt on themselves, to back themselves and go for that dream that they've got. They're struggling to even cross that hurdle. And the difference in the superannuation would be huge. The other thing I'll say on superannuation, even if we were to require people to keep paying into it, I would like to see a radical shift in the conditions under which people can take money out of it. So, for example, I would like to see people be able to buy private health insurance funded out of their superannuation. I would like to see an increase in the number of circumstances under which people are able to access their superannuation. Now, to be fair, there are some circumstances under which people can. If you get diagnosed with certain types of illnesses and a certain level of seriousness, etc., you can access your super. So to be fair, there is some of that in place already.
Very hard.
It's very hard. I would like to see a dramatic increase in the circumstances under which people can access their super. If we are going to force them to put this money away for a rainy day, that's what it is, right? The retirement, the years of their life where they're in theory not going to be working. Now, in practice, I don't think it's ever going to. I think people my age, we're going to be working well into our so-called retirement years. I don't think the economic stability is going to be there. I don't think our currency is going to be worth jack shit. I think the money that we've been forced to put into superannuation is going to be worth next to nothing by the time we actually get to retirement. That's another story for another time. But I think at the very least, whether or not it becomes voluntary, we should be allowed to access it for a much broader range of reasons than what we are right now.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think we're in complete agreement. So we say, superannuation is the other thing is because it becomes so. I mean, Labor brought it in. It was one of we say Keating was a great treasurer, and he was a great treasurer, but as Prime Minister, he was shit when it came to economics, because they had the recession, and he thought he backslid on all those reforms. As Prime Minister, Keating did bad things to the economy, and one of them was compulsory superannuation.
And can I just say, there's a lot of people that think John Howard brought in compulsory superannuation. My understanding is that John Howard expanded it, but he was expanding on a program that Paul Keating brought in.
It was Keating in about July 1992. It was a big announcement. Yep. He'd only been Prime Minister for 6 months. He says, everyone's going to have 9% of their salary. Might have started off at 7% or something. Yeah, Howard let it creep up.
Yep.
But look, what this has done is what intense government regulation always does is it ends up creating crony capitalists.
Yes.
Who are the crony capitalists of the superannuation industry? It's not the poor little financial planner whose life's been made hell because of all the bloody red tape he's got to go through, but it's the bloody
it's the bigwigs.
The big union-run super funds.
Can I stop and define a term here? Crony capitalism. This is a really important concept, and it can be simply defined as this. Capitalism is what happens when you as the business owner are concerned with pleasing your customers. Cronyism is what happens when you as the business owner are concerned with pleasing the government.
I love it.
That's the difference. That's the definition.
That's fantastic. Yeah.
And what we have right now is not capitalism in Australia, in America, in Europe, in the UK, in Canada. Yeah. Capitalism is not actually practiced almost anywhere in the Western world. If it happens anywhere, it happens in a couple of countries in Africa that are emerging out of civil war and all kinds of other stuff that's held them down for so long, imperialism, etc. If capitalism is practiced anywhere, it's in a few of those countries. What we have in Australia, what we have in America, it's referred to in Marxist dogma as late-stage capitalism. What it actually is cronyism, where businesses are more concerned with pleasing bureaucrats and politicians than they are with pleasing their customers. And that's where we're at today. And that's where the superannuation industry is at today.
Oh, yeah. Mate, that is a beautiful line. I love it. I've heard people talk about crony capitalism for years. I've had sort of a vague conception of what it is. But that is
it's that simple.
Definition. Yes.
It's that simple. As soon as they are more worried about pleasing the government than they are about pleasing their customers, you have cronyism. Full stop.
And it always leads to bad outcomes. Always leads to, no more innovation. Because if you're waking up thinking, gee, I don't want to lose my business because I've got to please the government, you're not thinking about how can I make a better product for my customers?
Correct. How can I offer a better price? How can I make the product more reliable? How can I make it better? How can I deliver it to them in a better way? All those questions go out the window the minute you start thinking about how do I please the government.
No. You should tweet that. That might be it.
I've actually got a book that I'm working on at the moment called Good People Break Bad Laws, and that is one of the topics that is covered in there.
Good. Okay, so in our policy, so superannuation, we're in fierce agreement. I think we're in fierce agreement on everything so far.
On pretty much. Look, there's a reason I'm a member of the Liberal Democrats. Like, we're likely only to find disagreement in the detail rather than in the substance. That's the reality.
Oh well, now I know that you're actually sort of further along. You're telling us that you're an anarcho-capitalist, correct?
I'm probably more extreme than you. Let's be honest. I'm probably more extreme than you. I am less socially acceptable than you are on most issues, probably.
So who is your favorite? I know we're going to get back to the Freedom Manifesto, but tell me, who is your, say, out of the big sort of libertarian names, in terms of the writers and the thinkers, who is your sort of, you're a Rothbard guy, are you?
No, look, I actually have shied away from a lot of this debate because this is a debate that rages in the libertarian. Are you Rothbardian? Are you John Stuart Mill? Are you this? Are you that? I've actually deliberately kind of stayed away from a lot of that stuff. All I will say is that as I have progressed, and I understand this is a progression for me. I'm on a journey myself. I'm changing as time goes on. I was a true conservative even at 25. I was still a true social conservative.
Right.
And, the idea of regulating tobacco and making it so that, what they're proposing in New Zealand, where they've got a minimum age for purchasing tobacco. I used to think about that as a teenager and think, oh, yeah, that's a really good idea. All right. I never saw a war I didn't like until I was in my late 20s. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say it now, but honestly, that's the reality. That's the truth. That's who I was. I'm not going to shy away from that. That's who I was. Now, it's very hard. I draw the line at advocating for violence, but shy of advocating for violence, I haven't read anything that I've disagreed with in terms of anti-government sentiment. The view, to take the view that the government is basically a glorified form of the mafia, I actually agree with. The government runs a protection racket. That's what it is. It's a protection racket. They have their turf. They run a protection racket on their turf. I think that is a correct analogy. So I'm certainly on my way towards being a voluntarist, if not an anarcho-capitalist.
Okay. Well, it's so I have promised some of my new friends in the Liberal Democrats. So just once this federal election's out of the way, I've promised them that I'm going to read a book by Murray Rothbard.
Yes, Rothbard's good. Adam Smith is good. Like, there's a bunch of these guys are good. I'm not, but I shy away from having these arguments about, oh no, Ayn Rand was not enough of this and too much of that, and forget it. It's that same issue I said before about, we're arguing over this versus this when the reality in the world today is over here, right? Let's just work on improving the reality in the world today. Let's focus on that.
Okay, sounds good to me. Okay, so now we've got our next one is about small business, and we make the point that in the 1960s, where's this figure? We got this from the IPA. In the 1960s, something like, I want to get the figure right, something like about 20%, 27% of the GDP was from mum and dad owned businesses.
Yep.
And the IPA did a report a few years ago, as it's now about 9%. This is before COVID.
Yeah, wow.
Okay. Now so what we're saying is basically cut green tape. We want to abolish the minimum wage. We want to for every one regulation that gets introduced, we want 2 removed.
Yep.
We want to remove retail trading hour restrictions. If a business wants to open at 2 a.m. in the morning, let them do it. We want, Australia has the highest minimum wage in the world. We want to look. One of the people that contributed to this document said a lot of new migrants to this country don't know that they need a license to start a particular business because they can't speak English.
Yep.
So they just go and do something, right? Yeah. And they become successful, because they just do it because they didn't realize that they needed to regulate it.
And in their mind, it would be absurd for them to require the government's permission to do this thing. That's right. It would be insane that the government wants them to. And yet somehow for us white boys brought up here, we think it's normal that the government regulates every freaking thing.
That's right. So we want to get rid of that, and we want to look. We want to basically, I remember when I was a kid, had hearing about this thing called unfair dismissal, and I remember I was about 16. I thought, look, if you're an employer and you're an employee, you should be so grateful to your boss. Your boss puts money in your pocket every week. Okay, now if the poor old boss needs to sack you for whatever reason or for no reason, they may not like your hat. They might think you've got bad breath. They should be able to sack you just because they feel like it. Now, I know that people might say, oh, those harsh bastard libertarians, they don't care about it. Look, if your boss doesn't like you, you're obviously not flourishing in your job. You can go and find another job, because if we make it easy to sack, there's going to be a lot more turnover and people are going to find their right job. Why go and look? Sometimes people have a personality conflict, which we don't know why. But sometimes two people, and maybe an employer and employee, just don't get on. Now, why that? And maybe they're both good people, okay? But it just sort of happens. Now, why should the employee, if they've been sacked, why can they then go and make the poor old employer's life hell? And it is hell. Getting one of these complaints puts the employer in it. And it turns off so many employers these days say, fuck it, I don't want to employ people at the moment. Yeah, because I mean, that's I've got to pay their super. I've got to do all this BS. I got to, and at the end of the day, they can come out and say they felt bullied, or people have been feeling bullied in workplaces for a very long time, and it basically just means that you're not suitable for that job. Now, look, obviously there are some extreme examples where some employers, I think that we already have legal protections if someone's being like particularly harassing. Yeah. But these people who are in an unhappy employment arrangement, they should be grateful if the boss sacks them.
Yeah. So I just want to quickly address the lurker has said, talk or eat, pick one. Listen, mate, this is my show. I smoke and drink. My guests eat and drink. Deal with it. Now, one of the things, coming back to what you were saying, John, one of the things that a lot of people get really up in arms about is this idea that they have a right to a job.
Yes.
They have a right to be employed and to a living wage and to et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This, in my opinion, comes out of genuine ignorance around the value that you bring. So I spent 7 years working in a business where we were a logistics company that handled all of the fruit and veg and milk and a couple of the salads and a bunch of other stuff that went to Coles supermarkets in Victoria, Tasmania, parts of Western Australia and parts of New South Wales. Big business. I started as a picker packer working on the floor on a little pallet jack, stacking up pallets that got loaded into trucks. I worked my way up into being a forklift driver, loading the trucks first, then driving the forklifts, and then ultimately into the lower levels of management in that company, right? So I saw it from a number of different points of view. Yep. And I heard time and time again, employees, whether they were my colleagues as I was working on the floor or whether they were part of my team as I was in management, complaining about not being paid enough. And they're looking at it going, well, I've just stacked a pallet and there's $10,000 worth of produce on that pallet, but I've only been paid $35 an hour to stack that pallet up. That's grossly unfair. And wanting to believe that they were worth $10,000 because they stacked $10,000 worth of produce, or even $100 because they stacked $10,000 worth of produce. And the analogy that I would give is this. If you've got a machine that is a whole bunch of cogs and wheels and pulleys and belts, right? And in order for the machine to work, every single one of those cogs and wheels and pulleys and belts has to be working in perfect harmony. If one of them breaks, the machine stops. That doesn't mean, if that machine is worth $1 million an hour, that doesn't mean that every cog and wheel and pulley and belt is worth $1 million an hour. Yes. It just doesn't work that way. It's worth the cost of replacing that bit. If a belt breaks, it's $35 to replace. It might have cost the owner of that machine $1 million for the hour of downtime, but the part is still only worth $35. Wow. The value of an employee is the utility that they bring to the business and the cost of replacing them with somebody else. Now, I'm sorry, if you are selling your labor and your time, you are competing against every other person that is selling their labor and their time. And even though your labor and your time may be a part of a machine that generates $1 million an hour, if the cost of replacing you is $35 for that hour, then that's what you're worth. Yeah. I'm sorry, that's reality. And trying to change that and bend that is only going to lead to bad outcomes for you. But this is something that I feel like people don't understand. They look at the business as a whole and they assume that their contribution is worth the entirety of the business that they're working in. I think there's a level of delusion that goes on in a lot of employees. And there's a joke that gets told. There was a guy that excelled in high school, went into university, got a scholarship all the way through university because he was so brilliant, graduated university as the ducks of the class, the greatest student that university had ever seen. And then he exited university and got a job at the greatest firm in his area that the world has ever seen. Just walked straight in the front door. And when he got there on the very first day, the owner walked them around and said, oh, well, here's the receptionist and here's the boardroom and here's the managing director's office and here's everything else. And then finally walked up to a door and this graduate, this incredibly elite, talented student looked at the door and said, oh, is this my office? And the manager of the company said, no, this is the janitor's cupboard, and opened it up and handed the graduate a broom.
Right.
And said, you're going to be sweeping the floors. You're the new guy. You're coming in. You're going to learn the business. You're going to sweep the floors. And the student was offended and said, hey, do you know who you're talking to? I was the greatest student that my high school has ever seen. I was the greatest student that my university has ever seen in its entire 200-year history. Do you know who you're talking to? And the manager of the company, the owner of the company said, oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I did forget. You're a university graduate. Here, let me show you how to use the broom. Right?
Yeah.
And that's the reality.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Real world experience counts for something. And academic experience doesn't necessarily. And people, I think, overwhelmingly overestimate their worth in the marketplace.
Absolutely. We want pretty much a completely deregulated labour market. We want employment contracts to be binding under contract law.
Sure.
And the employee, before they accept that job, if they don't like that employment contract, they can say, well, I don't want the job, or I want to amend that employment contract, and they can put whatever terms they want in that contract. Okay. But we do not believe that the employer should have an option to put into that contract, I have the right to sack you for any reason or for no reason. And, I can do it sort of at immediate notice.
Yep.
Now then the employees might say, well, I don't want to work for that. And the employer can say, well, no problem. We'll go and find someone that does want to employ you under those conditions.
If you are really worth that much, you will find someone who will pay that to you. And if you can't, then maybe you need to consider the possibility that you're not actually worth that much.
That's right. So if a deregulated labour market, a laissez-faire labour market, is going to help poor people, well, except for the lazy poor, okay?
Sure.
But the ambitious, and there won't be much an incentive to be lazy poor because you're going to have an uncomfortable life. There will be an incentive to be ambitious poor. And entrepreneurial, and people. There's going to be creativity. Whatever happens when you introduce these Thatcher-style reforms is the left will go and highlight somebody who has been disadvantaged by this reform. And John Howard stupidly used to say, "Oh, no one will be worse off under this GST package." It was, of course some people will be worse off under good economic policies. Of course, a small number, criminally minded, lazy minded. A small number of, and we want to give them.
Or hang on, let's be fair. People who are low skilled, who are not willing to do the work to increase their skill, these aren't necessarily lazy and they aren't necessarily criminal, but they are of a certain mindset of, but hang on, I show up for work and I push that broom and I'm good at it and I clean the corners up against the wall better than anybody else ever has before. And they genuinely work hard. But they fail to understand that a janitor is only ever going to be worth what a janitor is worth. It's not always bad people. Sometimes it's very hardworking, very well-meaning people.
Yes. So it will be that when you bring in these type of reforms, and everybody generally gets lifted up, okay, everyone becomes wealthier. But the media, the left-wing media, will go out there and find some individual with some sob story. And say, look what these heartless capitalists are doing. And they'll go through their life and oh dear. But what they are missing is the thousands of untold stories, of people whose lives have become more enriched because of free market laissez-faire reforms. And so we need political leadership to make this case, which is a hard case to make, but I believe we can make it. Okay.
There's some great comments coming. Can I just do a few? Benjamin says, under deregulated employment laws, unions would regain relevance as advocates for their members. I actually agree. I'm not anti-union. I'm perfectly happy with unions as long as they are voluntary. So long as membership is voluntary. I'm 100% in favor of unions. There was another comment here. Pretty hard. This is from Lisa. Pretty hard to take getting $35 an hour while the CEO gets paid $1 million yearly bonuses, then retrenches you. Fair? I say not, Toph. No, I think that's entirely fair. there's one of two reasons why a CEO is a CEO. It's either nepotism, and they are the descendant of someone who created an incredible company that was worth millions of dollars a year. And in that case, you could say, yes, it's unfair. But history tells us that the wealth of the child of an entrepreneur who is not themselves an entrepreneur is very short-lived. Or two, they earned their way into that position by making good choices. Listen, when I was earning $35 an hour, driving a forklift in this company, I was simply getting the correct pallet out of the racks and putting it into the correct spot at ground level for the pickers to then pick from. They were the choices that I was making. The CEO at the same time was making choices about whether to expand the company into South Africa.
Yes, yes.
And that's a literal example. That actually happened while I was there at that company, right? The value of the decisions being made is radically different. And people get grumpy because they look at the CEO and they say, oh, they live this charmed life. They've got an executive assistant. They've got a PA. They earn enough money. They can pay other people to clean their home. If a CEO only makes 6 decisions a year, one every 60 days, but they make 6 good decisions every year, then they have brought far more value to the company than I have as a forklift driver moving 200 pallets a day, right? You cannot compare the two. I say, Lisa, my answer to you is that is exactly fair.
And if that, following that example, if the CEO makes 6 bad decisions in a year,
the company's gone. The company is gone.
That's right.
6 bad decisions in a row. There are very few companies that could survive that.
That's right. So now, there used to be lots of criticism in this country about the CEOs of big banks earning 10, 20 million bucks a year.
Yep.
Now, I was always against that. But you know that banks now they're basically too big to fail. The government underpinning them. Now, if you're
that's wrong. To be clear, that's wrong.
Totally. This is the thing. The Commonwealth Bank is worth about $200 billion market capitalization. We bought the whole lot up.
Yep.
Big company. So the guy running a $200 billion enterprise, should he be getting paid $20 million a year? Absolutely. He's protecting $200 billion worth of assets. He can wreck it.
Correct.
Or he can turn it into a $400 billion company. However, if the $200 billion could disappear, but it can't under the current regulatory system.
No.
So it's basically, they've become a quasi-government department. And I don't want to pick on the Commonwealth Bank. All these big banks are quasi-government departments. That's what's happening. Yeah. And so,
Now, this is a really interesting point. And this has been something of an evolution for me recently. I would love to get your criticism of this. Feel free to disagree, because I'm not sure that I'm on the right foot here. But Benito Mussolini, the Italian leader into World War II, is considered to kind of be the first fascist, actually before Hitler.
Yes.
He kind of defined fascism, even though Hitler has become the poster child of fascism, and rightly so. Benito Mussolini kind of defined what it is. And his definition of fascism was a merger between the state and corporations.
Yeah.
That was his definition of what fascism was. And I can't help but look around at the world today, particularly in the COVID era, and the way that corporations are towing the government line. And I can't, and sorry, in addition to that, what you were saying, the way that the government underwrites corporations and backs them and says, you can't fail, we will make sure you don't. And I look at that and I say, well, that to me looks like a merger. The corporations are doing what the government says, and the government in return is guaranteeing that they won't fail. It's not Marxism in the sense of the government owning the corporations, right? Under Marxism, the government owns everything. Under fascism, the government controls everything. I'm not sure that there's a difference in practice, but am I going too far? Pull me up if you disagree.
Look, I think that definition of Mussolini is correct. Mussolini did sort of change with time. He was originally quite a socialist,
right?
But then he did sort of as he became quite friendly with big business as time went on. But look, what was I going to say? Oh, it was a good point. Maybe.
Well, while you recapture your thoughts, I just want to reply to David here. What is the LDP view on abortion? The LDP has removed any official view on abortion. Correct me if I'm wrong, John. This is my understanding. Previously, the LDP had a view that abortion was fine and the existing laws should stay. My understanding is that they've recently withdrawn that, and they now say that candidates can have their own views on that particular issue. Is that correct, John?
That is correct. And I'll spell it out, David. We've had a lot of people join the Liberal Democrats who feel quite strongly about this issue, on one side or the other.
Yeah.
Now it's we have quite a few committed, serious Christians. We've got the pastor of a church as one of our candidates for the federal election in New South Wales here. Very conservative on his religion, but a true libertarian. Now, so yes, you summed it up correctly, Topher. The party does not have a position, but in a private conversation with John Humphreys, I said, well, what's your view? And he said, look, in my view is, and I think, I'm pretty much in line with this. If the little fetus has got brainwaves, which is pretty early on, then he is opposed to it happening legally.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what time. I mean, you see those little babies in the womb. They start to look like humans pretty quickly. And so what we're saying is if its brain is starting to function, he believes that it shouldn't be. But look, it's very much a state government issue. And I would be, if you want to know what my personal view is, then I would be similar to John Humphreys on that one.
So it is a state issue. So running for federal position as John Ruddick here is doesn't actually have jurisdiction over that at the moment. The federal government doesn't have legislation on that issue. If you're running for state parliament, that would be much more relevant. My personal view on this, just for what it's worth, I'm of the view that human rights are endowed at the moment of conception. That's my personal view, that they are both a human and they are alive and they have human rights from that moment forward. Now, I am all in favor of supporting mothers that find themselves with a pregnancy that was unexpected or unwanted, to a father that has abandoned them, etc. I'm all in favor of supporting those people and making sure that they are not harmed by the birth of this child. So I'm not of the view of just abandoning those people and saying, well, you've got to have the baby, you figure it out. However, I am personally of the view that at conception, that is when human rights are endowed to that unborn human being, in my opinion. The LDP position was that abortion was fine, as I understood it, that abortion was fine all the way up until birth. That's how I understood. I may be wrong, but that's how I understood the LDP position. I had conversations with John Humphreys and other senior LDP people about this, and I said to them, listen, I cannot actually join your party for as long as that is your position.
Oh.
And I know that I'm not the only one. There are many, many people who share my view on that particular issue that are otherwise in lockstep with the LDP. But surveys in the US and in Australia have shown that actually the abortion issue kind of splits the libertarian world down the middle.
I see.
That you do have almost like a 50-50 on each side on this particular issue.
Yeah.
And I encourage, I'm not saying that I was responsible for it, but I encourage the LDP to not have a position on this particular issue. Okay. That is the position that they have since taken.
Yeah.
And as a result, I was then happy to become a financial member of the LDP. Now, David, I don't know where you stand on this. I don't know whether you view that as good or bad. I frankly, I'm not that concerned. That's the state of play. That's the answer to the question.
No, that's well said. Yeah.
Okay, so let's keep moving through the Freedom Manifesto if we can.
Okay. So we've got a thing on we want to remove implicit government guarantees to big business. No, that's what when I lost my train of thought before.
Yeah.
The occasional corporate collapse is a good thing. And we have very, very few corporate collapses. Now, I'll tell you the last big one, I know Virgin went under, but got bailed out soon after, not by the government, but in the sort of about sort of 2004-ish, HIH went bust.
Right.
big, massive insurance company, okay, through bad management, okay,
Right.
$5 billion company, big company, and then all the media went out and they said, oh well, John Howard's got to bail it out. It's got to bail it out because all these people have got policies, and they can't get insurance. They should have been claimed. There might have been a death claim or whatever.
Sure.
Okay. And there was all this public out. Oh, John, the government's got to step in here. The government's got to step in.
Yeah.
Now, then what happened was that John Howard stepped in, and they got bailed out. Now, it's just sent a bad message. It should the public actually long term would have been better off if those people who probably got a HIH insurance policy because it was the cheapest.
Yeah.
Okay, so they didn't do their research.
Yeah.
If they should have seen, if I'd gone to a more expensive insurance company, and it wasn't going to go bust, but you went for the cheapie, and it will send a message to the whole community. Hey, the government's not going to bail you out, so you better be pretty careful about who you take insurance out with. But look, there used to be corporate collapses. They're ugly. People suffer.
Yes.
But people learn, and when the government gets involved and stuff, so we want to end that BS. Another thing we want to do is...
Okay, sorry. I do have something. I'm sorry. I know I'm jumping in a lot, but okay, I'm raising a 5-year-old and a 1-year-old. And my 5-year-old, I try to get him to a park every single day where he can run around, burn off a bunch of steam, have a bunch of fun, meet new kids, meet some of the kids that he's met before, all that good stuff. I am very careful not to intervene the moment he puts himself at risk. He starts climbing up the outside of the playground that was designed to be run around on the inside. Okay, I'm not going to jump in straight away. You know why? Because him falling off and hurting himself, and it hasn't happened yet, and I hope it never happens, but if it happens, him falling and giving himself a green stick fracture in his arm, breaking a bone, is all part of the learning process. It is all a part of learning how to assess risk and how to make decisions. I'm not trying to raise a safe child. I'm trying to raise a responsible adult. And that means allowing them to take risk. And what I feel like our government is doing when they step in and they say, well, this is too big to fail, we're going to come in and support this one, or whatever else they may do, is they're treating everybody like children. They're treating not even children, they're treating everybody like babies and saying, you're a baby. You couldn't be trusted to make a decision for yourself. We're going to protect you from the consequences of your decisions. And I think that's an incredibly dangerous thing to do with an entire population. 25, 26 million people in Australia. We're going to treat them all like babies?
Yeah.
What precedent are we setting here?
And the state is our kind parent, our kind parent.
Our benefactor.
We will always look to them for guidance and for support and help, which is very unnatural. I mean, we evolved, but through strength, through personal responsibility. Yeah. Okay, now the next one is, you would know better than me, a lot of cryptocurrency people are in the libertarian movement, and a few of them asked us to say, this was an issue I was not familiar with, that at the moment, a profit on crypto is treated as treated with capital gains tax.
Right.
It's treated as though it is an investment.
Right.
But if you trade currencies, like if you buy and sell Japanese yen or American dollars and you make a profit, it's not, there's no CGT involved. So we're just saying for crypto, well, we believe that crypto should be treated like a currency for tax.
It is. It's another currency. It's another medium of exchange. That's all it is.
It's just accurately reflecting what the reality on the ground is.
I agree.
Okay. So the seventh policy, there's 10. So we're almost getting there, ladies and gentlemen, is cheap and reliable energy. So now what we are saying is I am a global warming skeptic. I am doubtful that the orthodoxy is correct on it. In fact, I feel pretty certain. But what would I know? I'm just a humble history student. So what the Liberal Democrats are saying on the energy, we are not saying. I know there are other minor parties on the right out there who are saying global warming is BS. Okay, now I will say that amongst my friends as we are here tonight. Okay, and I feel pretty confident that's the case. And I've written often about Al Gore, but I've never really come out and said, well, I know the science. I've looked into the science, and it's not true. because we recognise that we are not scientists, and so what we
Sure.
say is, we say, look, we want the free market to be driving our energy policy. We want the government to step out of it. Now, let's say I'm wrong, and that capitalism and mankind is imperiling the world because of burning fossil fuels. Let's say that's the case.
Sure.
Now, then, if that is the case, then we're going to have 70% of people who believe that are going to say, well, if I can get energy from any source I want, I don't want to wreck the joint. I love my grandkids. I love my kids. I want the world to keep going. So I'm going to buy non-fossil fuel renewables, and I'll pay more money for it.
Sure.
Okay. Now, then that's what's going to, and we're told how we've had it shoved down our throat for 20 years. Oh, the renewables of the future. The renewables of the future. Okay. They're so profitable. They're giving us so much energy. Okay. Well, okay. Well, great. Okay. Let's just pull the government bloody incentives out of it.
Yeah.
And we are with nuclear energy. We absolutely don't want the government to go and invest in nuclear energy, but we do bloody hell want the government to get the hell out of the way. Saying,
agreed.
If you're some big, massive multinational, and people always, and you want to set up a nuclear power generating system in Australia, come right in. In. You know,
listen, people say, would you want to live next to a nuclear reactor? Yes, I will gratefully accept it. Okay, listen. A nuclear reactor is a facility that is surrounded by hundreds of acres of cleared, pristine land that is untouched. That's how they usually do them. The nuclear reactor, huge amounts of, just basically wilderness parkland. In that facility, they are monitoring what is happening more closely than any other place on Earth. I would trust a nuclear reactor in my backyard before I would trust a recycling facility, before I would trust a wind farm, before I would trust any of these other things. Not only that, but if we had cheap, abundant, reliable power, it would attract high-tech technology jobs, server farms, these sorts of things into the area. My kids are going to have no trouble finding jobs in the cutting edge of whatever technology is relevant in 20 years' time when they're looking for a job, because I am close to high, reliable, low-cost power. I will happily have a nuclear reactor in my backyard. Yes, please. Where do I sign?
Yeah. Well said. And we have had, in terms of nuclear accidents, which sounds bad. We had, the Soviets can't be really trusted for anything when it came to technology and safety. So you had Chernobyl. Now then we had Fukushima. Look, they had a 9.2 earthquake. They had a massive tsunami. That Fukushima nuclear plant's right on the coastline. It's got two massive natural events there. Yeah. And I don't think anybody died, did they?
I think you're wrong in the sense that a number of people died in the panic of the evacuation
from the nuclear.
I'm not sure that anybody died as a result of the radiation or the accident, but people died as a result of the panic surrounding the evacuation. Now, the milkman has a good point here. Solar has significantly more deaths per kilowatt generated than nuclear. This is something people have a hard time getting their heads around. But listen to me, because this is a fact.
Yeah.
Nuclear is the safest source of electrical energy in the history of mankind. It is safer than coal. It is safer than hydro. It is safer than wind. It is safer than solar. And that includes Chernobyl, which was a deeply irresponsible accident that was actually due to human arrogance as much as it was due to a failure of the equipment itself. Even including Chernobyl, nuclear is the safest source of electrical energy that mankind has ever invented, bar none. That is a statistical fact. And yet it is banned here in Australia, and we are funding rooftop solar, which has an unpleasant fatality rate as a result of accidents during installation and various other things. We are funding wind farms, which have an unfortunate history of killing people, particularly as a result of accidents, as a result of the gearboxes, which are a weak point in these massive turbines, burning out whilst engineers are up there working on them, and engineers have been burned to death. Nowadays, engineers often go up to the top of those towers with parachutes as a backup plan so that they can get off in the event of a failure while they're up there. So I'm sorry to all those who hate nuclear and who watched the China Syndrome movie as a kid, watched these various other disaster movies. I know this is hard to accept. Nuclear is the safest form of energy production known to man, and that is a fact.
And Australia is, like, I think, the world's largest deposit of proven uranium resources.
I believe so, yes. I believe so.
Okay, so that's pretty good. I mean, we could become the Saudi Arabia of uranium, which is... Now, the criticism that we get over the nuclear policy is when I speak to politicians, they say, oh, John, yeah, it takes 10 years and billions of dollars. And I say, well, I wish we'd started in 2020, the year 2000.
But it's not even true anymore. SMRs, small modular reactors, are now a thing. They exist. They've been approved. They have type approval now. They can be deployed in as little as 5 years. Right. They are the safest form of nuclear energy. They have better inherent safety than any of the previous generations of nuclear energy. They are modular. Once their usefulness in a given area is spent, or if urban growth overwhelms them, they can be moved somewhere else. Wow. SMRs are absolutely freaking amazing. And let me add this. The latest generation of nuclear reactors are able to use the spent fuel from previous generations of nuclear reactors. Wow. So the stuff that we view as nuclear waste is actually fuel for the latest generation of nuclear reactors. We, Australia, should be jumping all over this.
Yes,
we should be absolutely... Now, not in the sense of government subsidies. I'm opposed to government subsidies for any and all industry, but we should get the F out of the way and let companies that want to build these small modular reactors that can use spent nuclear fuel. We could be paid to bring nuclear fuel from overseas back to Australia to help them with their disposal problem, and we would then use that as energy generation here in Australia.
So are you confident that if we did have if the Liberal Democrats come to power and we have a Liberal Democrat Prime Minister, and we totally do exactly what you just said, we say, look, if you want to come in and build a nuclear power plant in Australia, the door is open, fund it yourself. Are you confident that there will be international companies that say, yeah, well, we'll be on the next plane to Sydney or Adelaide or whatever it might be?
It depends on the level of regulatory stability. Right. If the Liberal Democrats have come to power and it's not really expected that they'll continue in power, then there's going to be a certain level of sovereign risk. We're halfway through building, the Labor Party take power. Now all of a sudden we get whitewashed, we get swept, thrown under the bus. This is one of my big concerns about Australia right now, as a result of what we've done to Australian citizens at a federal level, locking them out of Australia, as a result of what we've done at a state level with border lockdowns and lockdowns blocking people in their homes, etc. We've introduced a new level of sovereign risk. Now, sovereign risk is something that only used to be thought about by multinational companies. They would go, right, do we invest in a mine in the Pilbara in Australia, or do we invest in a mine in Transvaal in South Africa, right? And one of the things, along with profitability and all the, how long's the approval process going to take, blah, 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 they're factoring all this stuff in. One of the things that they would factor in is sovereign risk. What is the risk that the government is going to shut us down? Yeah, right. Now, previously, Australia was considered very low sovereign risk. Once you had your approval, you were good.
Yeah.
Now, we are actually a high sovereign risk country. Yeah. And this is an absolute indictment against ScoMo and against all of our state premiers, that we've become a high risk country, that companies know that even once they have their approvals, it doesn't necessarily last. And that is an absolute indictment against us.
Well, look, I could see that because it feels as though the tide is turning in favor of nuclear. slowly
Yes,
but
it is.
surely.
Slowly, yes.
But your point is right. You're still not going to want to throw $5 billion at it unless you knew that it was bipartisan.
Correct.
You'd want the
Correct.
government and the opposition to say, yeah, we're up for this.
Yeah, 100%.
That's going to be hard to do on something like nuclear.
Now, I've derailed us a long way away from the Freedom Manifesto. So please bring us back to what we're supposed to be talking about.
Well, it's all about cheap and reliable energy, and all that. That's basically all advocating nuclear. So you have expressed it better than we could have. So we're basically saying we can become a safe waste storage industry. We were thinking out in the South Australian desert, we can go and build big holes or something and dump it down there. But you're saying these new modular things can reuse the waste. So that sounds
but listen, what we do is we say, listen, we'll fix the problem for you. You pay us enough money and we'll take your waste. We don't tell them that it's fuel, right? We'll take your waste and we get paid for taking waste. And then we stick it in the reactors and use it as fuel. That's what we do.
Okay, very good. Now, the 8th policy is what we have called decentralized education.
Okay.
So what we're saying is from preschool to school to universities.
Yep.
We want the government to get the hell out of the education system in a large way. Now, let's talk about schools, high schools and primary schools. What we're saying is, at the moment, we have these government bureaucrats from on high, which sort of dictate what every school kid in Australia is going to learn and how they're going to learn it. And there's very strict rules, and it doesn't factor in that kids are different. All the kids are individuals, and families are different. Now, what we want to do is, we're proposing this thing called a voucher. So this will be, so whether you are rich or poor, if you are a parent at the beginning of the year, the government is going to give you a voucher, which I'm guessing is going to have a face value of $20,000 per child. And that parent, now, nobody on earth loves a kid more than its parent. Okay, a lot more than the education bureaucrat.
Listen. Individual results may vary. It may depend on whether or not that child managed to remove their nappy during the night and poop in their cot. There are some days, I've got to be honest, there are some days when I don't love my children as much as other days.
Okay, well, that is true. Okay, now, what we want them to do, that voucher, the parent can then decide what school they want their kid to go to. Now, we want them to have the freedom to just trot off to the normal local high school if they want to. They could trot off to a nice private school if they want to, if the parents want to contribute some of their money towards getting a private, a different education. But besides those obvious alternatives, we also see it as the parent can make a decision. They might realize at the age of 5 that little Sally is one day going to be a magnificent violinist. Okay, she's just picked up that violin at 3 and she's just a genius. So we want to send Sally to a school where she's going to learn maths and educate and science and everything else, but there's going to be an emphasis on music and the arts. That's fantastic. Or there might be little Johnny over here who is just a magnificent runner and he's going to be good in athletics, but we got to send him to school, but we're going to send him to a school with a sporting interest. But there may also, but we also, let's just see what the free market happens. Now, it could also be an example. I think that's a type of school that has been overlooked is, some kids from a very young age are really interested in business. Okay. And I know a guy who was telling me that his father, and he's a successful business guy, he's a LibDem member, and well, I don't think you mind if I say, Keith Cullen has become quite an active member of our party, and he is the chairman of an ASX listed company, and he's a great guy. And he was telling me his father used to own a car yard, and Keith used to tell me when he was about 4 or 5, he just thought of nothing better than sitting there with his dad and learning about the sales. He just was into business. Okay, he just loved it, and he just loved knowing everything about it. He loved to know how to greet the customers, how to fill out the paperwork. Okay, and that guy has turned out to be a successful businessman. Now we need some schools to cater for somebody who we think is going to be a fine entrepreneur, okay? And they can get a head start in that direction. Now, there will be some religious schools, and that is fine as well.
Yeah.
There will be, you know, some very small schools. Some kids can be a little bit awkward, socially awkward. They may not want to go to the big high school with 2,000 kids. They might want to find a little school with maybe a dozen kids of other awkward kids. There might be a whole million reasons why we want to have little schools, big schools, all sorts of schools. And also the parents are going to decide which school they go to. So the parents can chop and change. They said, well, I don't like that school. I'm going to take my voucher, and me and the kid are going to go to another school. So we feel, and we would do the same thing with childcare. And we want to, I always thought homeschooling was weird. But under the age of COVID,
it's become normal.
Well, it's exploding.
Yeah,
and it's hard. It's hard to get homeschooling off the ground. We want to make it easy.
Let me make you feel awkward here by saying that I was homeschooled.
Wow, right.
So if you think homeschooling was weird,
no, well, you've turned out pretty good.
Oh well, thank you. I will let viewers make their own judgment as to the results of my homeschooling. But myself and, in fact, my entire family, so I'm one of 7. All of us were homeschooled for at least a few years. My older brothers were only homeschooled for a few years. I was homeschooled from grade 4 onwards. So primary school, middle of primary school onwards, I was homeschooled. My younger siblings, I've got a sister who's 13 years younger than me and a brother who's 15 years younger than me, same parents. They were homeschooled all the way through. I've got a 5-year-old who is only homeschooled so far, because what's the point of putting him in school when all the lockdowns are happening and homeschooling is happening anyway? Yeah. So we bought a bunch of books from local chemists and local corner stores and news agencies. And these are, ABC books on the basics of numeracy and literacy and everything else. And he's doing fine. Right. He's reading well. He understands his addition. He understands subtraction. He's getting there with multiplication. Division we haven't started working on yet. That'll come in due course. He's only 5. He's reading pretty well, and we've done that in I don't know, maybe on average half an hour a day of my time. Right. On Tuesday of next week, the family are jumping in the car and we're going on a 1-month road trip. We're heading up through inland New South Wales up to Brisbane, and then coming back via the coast all the way down to Brisbane, and then Wollongong, and then heading to Canberra, and then coming home. That wouldn't be possible if I had a kid in school. Yeah. Because the school term is back on, right? Yeah. I'd be stuck here. But my wife and myself, we each earn our income independently online. It doesn't matter where we are. We're very busy. We have a lot of work to do, but we can do it from a laptop. So do we have to be in an office? No. Do we have to be at home? No. But if our kid was in school, we'd be locked here. We wouldn't have a choice. So from my point of view, anything that adds to choice when it comes to education is a good thing. Now, but let me put aside homeschooling for a second and talk about school choice and what the vouchers do. So this is what you're talking about, is almost like a voucher program. If you have a school-aged child, you get a voucher. You can't use it for some other purpose. You can't go to the bottle shop and spend it. It's only valuable at a school. That's a school is the only place that can redeem this and take it back to the government and say, hey, we want our money, and the government will pay it. No one else will pay it. It's only valuable in a school. Now, what's interesting is there's been various efforts in the US. Including a home school. Yeah,
yes. It could be a given incentive for a parent to be a full-time teacher of their own kids.
Yeah. So what's interesting to me is in the US, there's been various efforts to introduce a voucher type system rather than a zone system, which is what we have mostly with the public schools in Australia. It's a zone system where if someone lives within a particular physical zone, then they're obliged to go to a particular, or send their kids to a particular school. That creates no incentive for the school to do better. The school could be rubbish, but you're out of luck. If you're a parent and you live in the zone, you're out of luck. If unless you can afford private education, let's be honest, most of us can't. I can't. then your kid goes to that public school. You're out of luck.
Yeah.
The voucher system introduces choice and competition. What's been really interesting to me is how hard teacher unions and various groups have fought against the voucher system. And this is one of those areas where I go, that actually counts for me. That counts in favor of the voucher system.
Yes.
If teachers' unions are afraid of this system, what that tells me is that this system is going to introduce competition. It's going to introduce the need for schools to do better. And unions, unfortunately, don't have an incentive to do better. They just want to have a monopoly. This challenges that monopoly. So as shallow as it may be, and maybe I'm the one who's wrong, but whatever, as shallow as it may be, the fact that school unions, teachers' unions in the US oppose a voucher system, for me, actually speaks in its favor.
Do you know any jurisdiction in the world where they have, on a widespread and consistent basis, used the voucher system? I know it's been discussed for a long time.
I'm going to say no. It's resurging in the US. There are certain states and certain districts in the US that are implementing it, but it's relatively recent. It's in the last 1.5 to 2 years that it's really started to take hold in a few jurisdictions. So no, not really, unfortunately.
Yeah. Now, look, it just makes so much sense to me.
Yeah.
And, it's, I'm excited about it. I just think it would be something that would be good for kids, good for parents, and save the taxpayer money. Because if they get their $20,000 voucher, there's so much bureaucracy that can be cut out, and the education of the kids will be improved. It is such a winner for everybody.
Correct.
So we're excited about that policy.
Well, competition is the winner for everybody except for those who can't compete. And that's why there are certain interest groups that don't want this to happen, because they don't want to actually step up and have to do better. They're enjoying their lazy, easy income as teachers without any competition, or whatever it may be. I mean, teachers, the education system is just one example, but anyone that opposes competition is automatically suspect in my mind.
Absolutely. Okay, so now there's an interesting comment there about this education issue gets quite a few comments. I can see there, Topher. Okay, so our 9th one is free speech. So the guts of that is, we had Tony Abbott promising he was going to get rid of 18C, and he backed down, of course.
Yeah.
And what we're saying is, the US Constitution, well, in fact, the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment to the Constitution. So, as I'm sure the listeners will know, the US ratified their Constitution, a magnificent document, in 1788. Yep. And it came into effect in 1789. But that Constitution was did centralize power to some extent, quite a lot. Okay. And so the libertarians of the day, who were called the anti-federalists, people like Thomas Jefferson, etc., they launched this comeback called the U.S. Bill of Rights, which is of greater significance in my view than the Constitution, which is really just a prosaic document. Yeah. Now then, it's a good document, the Constitution. We love the U.S. Constitution, okay, but the Bill of Rights is better. And the Bill of Rights, I think originally they had 10 amendments to the Constitution. They put the very first, the most important amendment first, and so the Liberal Democrats are basically saying that we are simply going to cut and paste the American First Amendment, and we're going to say we support a free speech constitutional amendment. Free speech is too important to be left to the whim of politicians. The Liberal Democrats would campaign to add the following to the Australian Constitution: Parliament shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. So that is simply the US Constitution, the First Amendment. We're cutting and pasting it. We're saying we put it up as a constitutional referendum. So now there was talk about whether we should have a Bill of Rights. And there was a difference of opinions on that subject. But this is what we would say is, you know, what? Look, I mean, I thought after communism collapsed, I thought that there was we had won this debate about free speech was behind us. I mean, the communists were massive censorship. No. They used to persecute people over free speech.
Correct.
Used to lock people up behind walls and everything else. So I thought we'd won it, but you know, these bloody lefties and their love of COVID has really. It was before COVID. There was creeping censorship. But you know, now, and what you said before, I didn't know Justin Trudeau has almost, you know, basically said freedom is a word for the terrorists. Okay, but it doesn't surprise me. What's happening in Canada at the moment?
Gosh.
So that's what. So, but that basically, look, we think that's politically popular. We believe it's doable, and we believe that's a very good. We don't have to worry about 18C. Then if we've got a constitutionally protected right to free speech, so much more, so much good flows from that particular right.
Well, I'm currently facing 2 charges in Victoria of incitement. These are criminal charges, by the way, that if upheld by a court would mean that effectively I could never travel outside of Australia, certainly not to the United States or the UK or a bunch of other countries, because I would have a criminal record. Sure. I am on 2 charges of incitement for encouraging people to speak up against the Victorian government and the absolutely insane power grab and violations of human rights that the Victorian government engaged in 2020 and 2021. A Bill of Rights would protect me against that. A First Amendment, US First Amendment style amendment to our Constitution would go a considerable way to protecting me against that. What I will say, though, is this. One of the things that really sticks out to me about the US Bill of Rights is how broadly useless it has been. So you have the 4th Amendment, which is meant to make people secure in their own home against unlawful search, seizure, etc. And now we have in the US, they have, you know, the IRS has their own SWAT team. The BATFE has their own SWAT team. They've all got their own SWAT team. And they can send in agents to kick down your door and shoot you dead if they consider you to be a threat without needing to go to a judge. They don't need a warrant. They just show up at the door. We've seen time and time again where people have gone, where these agencies have gone to the wrong house, kicked down the wrong door, shot dead the wrong people, and they're let off by the courts in the US. So part of me looks at it and goes, a Bill of Rights, yes, let's do that. On the other hand, how useless the Bill of Rights has really been in the United States. You know, you could pay lip service to the First Amendment and maybe the Second Amendment, but the rest of them, like even the Second Amendment is infringed in a pretty substantial way, but the rest of them might as well not exist. So my concern is that in the end, it's not about what's written down on a piece of paper, whether that piece of paper be legislation, whether it be constitution, whether it be amendment to the Constitution, whether it be a Bill of Rights. What's written on a piece of paper isn't that relevant. What's relevant is what the people are willing to stand for. And we've had that test recently. This is why I developed the phrase, and it's now become my catchphrase, good people break bad laws, right? If we are not willing to stand up against bad laws, then it doesn't matter what we have in a Bill of Rights. It doesn't matter what we have in a Constitution. It doesn't even matter who we have in Parliament. If we, the people, are not willing to stand against bad laws, then our cause is lost. So this, I think, is one of my deepest concerns, that as much as people like yourself and others are trying to get into Parliament to make a difference, to introduce things like a free speech amendment to the Australian Constitution, my fear is that we, the Australian people, have lost our love of freedom.
Well, that is, look, you make a very compelling argument, because you are right. That US Bill of Rights does sort of say that they can't do what they're doing, but your point is that they're just doing it anyway. And there's not much outcry. There's a little bit of outcry, but there's not heaps. There's not heaps. Now that doesn't
not as much as there should be.
So tell me, what can you say? I know you're probably limited in what you can say, but what is happening with these 2 charges you're facing? You're heading to court at some point?
So the court case has been postponed to the end of January. The end of March at our request, because there's a Supreme Court case that may have some bearing on the outcome of my case. My case, thankfully, is being held in the Magistrates' Court, so it's being held in the lowest of courts. But we want to hear what these higher courts have to say on some other people's issues that may then speak to my issue specifically. So it was originally going to be held in January. It's now going to be held in late March. I don't know what the outcome will be. Of course, no one does. As they say, we have a justice system. You can get all the justice you can afford. That's the reality of our justice system. People with money, they get great outcomes in court. People who don't have money, well, it's hit and miss. Sometimes they get justice, sometimes they don't.
Yes.
And I'm in that latter category. So we're preparing our court case. We're going to go in there as well prepared as we possibly can be. But the reality is there is a very real possibility that I will emerge from that courtroom as a criminal and effectively be locked in Australia, unable to travel, unable to get a visa, unable to do all the things that I did before COVID, because I dared to speak against the Victorian government. And that's the reality of Australia today. And that I think, if I can sort of bring this full circle and head into sort of a closing mode, I think there's one or two more parts of the Freedom Manifesto that we need to cover before we finish up. But if I can just begin the process of finishing up, that's the reality of the Australia that we have today. Forget your perceptions, right? If you grew up here like I did in the 1980s and the 1990s, you've got a certain perception of what Australia is. That's no longer valid. It's no longer true. We have changed. And if we're not willing to change how we vote and who we vote for and what we expect from our politicians, then we are condemning ourselves to continuing in this direction. We have to change if we want to change the direction this country is going in. And the direction this country is going in is that people like me are criminals. That's not an exaggeration. That's not hyperbole. People like me, for speaking out, are criminals. That's who we are today. So let's finish off with the Freedom Manifesto.
Well, all the best on that one, mate. So yes, keep us updated. Okay,
Yeah.
so our final one is what we're calling from, which is not too far removed from what you were just mentioning, freedom from surveillance. So what we're saying is, when the war on terror came out, first hit, and you remember, we had 9/11, 2001.
Yeah.
About roughly once every sort of 10 months, Al Qaeda would do some big dramatic hit. Bali, Madrid, London, Mumbai, others, big hits. And they're very well coordinated. And they freaked us all out. Okay? And people like me at the time said, let's get these bastards and let's build a surveillance state to track them down. And I remember people like David Leyonhjelm at the time said, look, you don't know how these things, and the libertarians at the time were saying, look, I mean, okay, this thing with terrorism is going to pass. Yeah. And then we've got this infrastructure in place. And they would say, these things are dangerous. They can turn them on us. And probably people like you and me at the time, Topher, was saying, shut up.
At the time, I was like, you are a fucking idiot. Let's go and kill them. That's who I was at the time. Absolutely.
I was accusing people that would say people like that, something like that. I would say, you're sympathizing with the terrorists. That's how bad you are.
Yeah.
Okay. Now then, I remember the libertarians would say, I think like Rand Paul, very principled people. They would say things like, okay, look, if we've got to have this stuff, can we please put a sunset clause on it? Seems fair enough, doesn't it? Seems reasonable. Yeah. I mean, it might have been possible that Al Qaeda was planning to drop a nuclear bomb on Sydney and Melbourne and New York. So, maybe there was an argument for it. But surely that's in debate whether we should have had the surveillance state to start with. That's in debate. What's not in debate is whether we should have had a sunset clause. That's obviously what should have happened. Now, what's happened is after the US got Osama, those dramatic attacks, those very well planned, made for TV attacks and killed thousands of people, ended. Now, then what happened? Our ISIS comes along, and they had these very unsophisticated but very fucking ugly attacks. These knife attacks, and that freaked people out as well. Then they got Baghdadi. Trump got Baghdadi, al-Baghdadi, and then that sort of ended. The good thing is the war on terror has ended, and it doesn't really happen anymore. So let's put that aside. But we've still got the goddamn police state. We've still got the surveillance state everywhere. And who's it now turned on? You and me. It's turned on people like you and me. So,
and can I say, for anyone that's watching that goes, oh, come on, that's a bit much. We had an armored vehicle and the anti-terror squad deployed on the streets of Melbourne to shoot rubber bullets on sight of anyone they suspected of being a protester, which, by the way, included a large number of people who were not protesters. They were people who lived in the city and were simply going shopping, and they got fucking shot.
Wow.
So what John is saying is not hype. It's not overkill. It's not political opportunism. We have literally seen it on the streets of Melbourne, the second most populous city in Australia.
And I've got to say, these freedom marches, they're all the most lovely people, the most friendly people, the most non-violent people you could possibly imagine.
Yeah.
And so what we're saying is the surveillance state. And look, I thought we all sort of knew that George Orwell's 1984 was a really seminal book and a really important book, and that we all need to be very mindful of what he told us. And when I was at school, sort of every kid read it. The curriculum told us to read it. So that's an important part of this whole situation, because what we're heading for, without the libertarian movement resisting this thing, it's very obvious where the West is going to be up in like a generation, 2 generations from now.
100%.
We're going to be we're a highly sophisticated Chinese style social credit system. That is where we are heading. Okay, and that will just be, and they will look if we. I'm confident we're going to turn it around. Like, I really am confident. But if we don't, if I'm wrong, if my optimism is misplaced, we're going to have a George Orwell thing, a 21st century version of George Orwell, and it's going to be very ugly. And people like you and I will probably end up in a camp. That's what will probably happen if we don't stop it. But I believe we will stop it. I think what we're already seeing with COVID, we're seeing the narrative crashing around our eyes. Thank God for that. Now, the very last thing we put into the Freedom Manifesto, I'm really glad we did. We've got other things in there like, no cash bans, stop collection of metadata, okay. We say that the surveillance laws should actually be run by the states and territories, not the federal government, because at least we can have some sort of diversity between the states and they can sort of compete with each other to sort of water them down.
Yeah, competitive.
The very last one is free Assange. Julian Assange alerted the world to the dangerous power of the state in the age of the internet. We will advocate for his immediate release and repatriation. Now, people like you and I, back in the day, we probably thought Julian Assange was a baddie.
I will confess, I was absolutely convinced that he was a national security threat, that he was irresponsible, that he was dangerous, that he absolutely needed to be locked up. Today, I have realized that old me was completely wrong and that he has done us a huge favor. He should be free. He should be celebrated. He should be given an Order of Australia for his services to mankind. And he should be speaking. He should be given a $20,000 per speech fee to be speaking at massive events here in Australia, not locked away the way that he is.
Could you imagine Julian Assange had his own daily cable news show and in the age of COVID? Okay, he was just a powerful journalist. There was no threat of him being locked up. He is a smart fella. He's an Australian. We should be proud of that as well. Now, the thing is, on Wikipedia, there, which I know is of dubious quality, but it's just, this is interesting. There's a big page on Julian Assange.
Sure.
And there's a subheading there on awards that he has won. Now, he got incarcerated, I think, in about 2010-ish. Certainly around that time. So he's been there in jail for 12 years. Now, when he first got incarcerated, he got there's a little section, quite a large section on all the awards he's won in his life.
Yeah, right.
And he just won award after award, the Pulitzer Prize, the Melbourne Literary Award, just it goes on and on and on. All the awards that he wins, okay? This is while he's in jail. They just said he had in Victoria, had the WikiLeaks party. Julian Assange is hero of all the lefties. And all the awards come to a grinding halt the day that he released Hillary Clinton's emails.
Yeah.
And that's probably why she lost the election. And Julian Assange did that. And when he was publishing all this stuff of the cables that embarrassed George W. Bush, I was sitting on the Herald and the Guardian and every other bastard newspaper in the world was lining up. We'll publish these 10,000. You publish that 10,000. Okay.
Oh, they loved it.
But then they published Hillary Clinton's emails, and those emails demonstrated, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Hillary Clinton was engaged in Eddie Obeid-style financial corruption on a geopolitical scale. Yeah. And Julian Assange told us that.
Yeah.
And then she just pulls it out of her ass. She says, "Oh, the Russians did it. The Russians made it up." And the world's Western the left wing in the world said, "Okay, yeah, I'll support that. Yeah, Putin did it. Russia did it. Yeah, let's go and provoke a superpower tension with a nuclear power over a lie, over the Russian collusion delusion." So anyway, mate, look, we're coming up to 4 hours. I'm going to take some kids to school in the morning. We're coming up to midnight. I've enjoyed the chat very much. If you said you're going on this road trip,
mate,
not to catch up and have a beer.
I'm 100%. I'll be in Sydney on the 11th and the 12th of March. So let's chat and talk about that. But mate, thank you so much. I feel incredibly privileged to be able to talk to people like you, and for people like you to give me 4 hours of your time to kick back and eat some nuts and have a bit of a drink and have a bit of a talk. I don't know, like for viewers, I don't know. There's a very small percentage that complain. Most are very, very thrilled to have people like you. But for those of you that complain, stop and think, right? These are busy people who are trying to change the world and make the world a better place, or at the very least, Australia a better place. And they stop and they give me, and through me, they give you 4 hours of their time. Let's be grateful for that. So, John, I'm incredibly grateful to you for stopping, for giving me 4 hours of your life. You've got things to do tomorrow, and I'm very, very respectful of that. Tonight has been a great chat. Thank you so much for choosing to run.
It's a great format. I was overawed when I saw, my God, these things. How am I going to talk for 4 hours? But
look, I hope I've made it easy for you. That's kind of my theme.
It was terrific.
I make it very easy for people to talk and to talk and to talk. But mate, thank you so much for being the incredibly stupid idiot who chooses to run for politics. I'm very grateful that there are people in the world who are dumb enough to do that, because that allows me to not have to do that. And
No. No. I was going to say, in the event that I am elected, well, I mean, we're absolutely going to be coming on your door. You're next cab off the rank. Absolutely.
Good luck convincing me to be dumb enough to do that. Look, mate, thank you so much. I wish you every success at the coming federal election. John Ruddick, New South Wales lead Senate candidate for the Liberal Democrats. I will tell you, I will personally be voting number 1 Liberal Democrats. I will then be voting number 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. All of the other freedom-friendly minor parties, that includes One Nation, UAP, even A1, IMOP, GAP, the whole lot, right? I'm going to put all of them before I put any of the major parties. If you want to know more about why that is, you need to go onto the Topher Field Facebook, YouTube or Instagram pages. I've put the video up there earlier today about how the lower house works. It's very different in the upper house, but the principle still applies. Put all of the freedom-friendly minor parties first. Put all of the major parties last.
Yes.
That's how it works. And if enough of us do that, we can make a real and meaningful change. John, thank you so much. We've just gone midnight. I'm so grateful for your company and for your time tonight. And we're going to call it a night. But everyone who's watching, tune in next week on Thursday night for another slow chat. I have the first of my Plan B slow chats. And this is going to be about the digital Plan B, all about VPNs, Tor, and crypto.
Right.
Next week, Thursday night on a slow chat. Make sure you join me for that. Thank you very much. Thank you, John.
See you, mate. Thank you very much.